So wait. All right. So I'm back. This is the continuation of the 12-hour Sublation live stream. When I left the stream, didn't just leave, I pressed end broadcast because I am slightly deficient, or more than slightly. Right now, I'm sending the link to Alfie and Helen so they can jump back on. This is not good because it means that the people who are watching the previous stream, yeah, I know. Someone says, "Good job, Doug." Yeah, I'm sorry. Um, it means that they will, well, we lost everybody when I did that. But I'm going to go right now to the old stream, the one that I just stupidly ended, and leave a comment there for people to join us on the new one. Are you guys? Did you guys get the link to the new stream there, Alfie? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, there's 8 people watching at the moment. So in just a second they'll be back. They're going to hang up. I'm talking to them through Facebook because I'm old. And goodbye there. Not clicking in broadcast again. That was a brilliant move on my part. So they will be back in just a second, and I will throw them back into the stream. And when I when this is all done, I'm going to just edit this so no one will notice, and we'll upload it as if it's one continuous thing. So let's see. I'm going to go to the old stream and leave a comment in the description so people can find it. But thank you for. Here we go. Here's Alfie. Hi, Alfie.
Yeah, come back, everyone.
Right now, 13 people in the new stream.
It's gonna split the YouTube thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna split the views, and we're gonna have 2 different YouTube videos up instead of one 12-hour one, which is just my mistake. And just
well,
I just did a dumb thing. So I will go into. I'm gonna leave you guys to talk, and I'm not going to click end broadcast, but just leave like that.
Okay, great. We'll try it again. So anyway,
so much. They're just everything that could possibly have been said was said during those 6 minutes.
All the best things were there, but you missed them, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. It gives me another chance to start over the introduction, so on while people come in. But yeah, it is weird anyway that we're on the StreamYard with our faces the other way around, and it's also weird that your house is there in the background. It's weird. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah.
I feel like I turn my face. What I do is I put the camera like a different position, like further to the other side, so that it sort of mitigates
the shit. Do you want one? Yeah, no. Everybody has one good side. This is my good side. No, this is my good side. That's the bad side.
Yeah, because so hang on. Yeah, so this is my. I know that's the good side. This side looks like I've had a stroke, and this side. Looks like
yeah, everyone like. But the thing, no, this operates like how somebody would see you. See that I feel like I'm touching my good side there, but that's my good.
Yeah, side. Right. If I try and like move my hair, I move it the wrong way because I'm moving because the thing's the wrong way. Anyway, 20 people came back. That's good enough. We'll talk to the 20 people that are here until more people come. So I'll start the introduction all over again. I'm Alfie. Obviously most people listening know that. Like I do this Friday Psychoanalysis show on the channel. Of all the people we've had on, I basically interview a different psychoanalyst every Friday. Of all the people we've had on, Helen is my second best guest. Isn't that right, Helen?
I'm actually surprised I'm second. I would like make a joke about this, but I'm definitely not the second best. I'm like possibly scraping second worst.
No, she is the second best, and she's we were just saying, Helen's a filmmaker. She's also writes articles. She's got a great podcast called The Lack, which is with Nina Power and Benjamin Studebaker, who and Helen and Benjamin have recently written in Sublation magazine. But and she also it is so she's a podcaster, a writer, and also mostly a filmmaker. And Helen's films, which she does through Magician's Niece. It might be Andrew. I'll have a look in a sec. Hang on a sec, Andrew. You're probably right. Yes, you are right. Okay, I'm switching it. It's really incredible stuff. I mean, it's really sort of yeah, I would say the only, I mean, I wondered, Helen, if you know of any others doing it, but the only kind of really kind of contemporary psychoanalysis informs filmmaking coming in, like you were just saying, you know, like you're inspired by Todd McGowan. We're going to talk about his book, and by Zizek, by the Slovene School. But like, is this like a thing in films, or is it really just you and your company?
I would say like some of the ideas are kind of current, but outside of psychoanalysis film. Psychoanalysis and film maybe have a different relationship in terms of using psychoanalysis as a literary technique to like analyze what might be there or not there in the film as a text. Whereas I guess what we try to do when we're making films is maybe explore film as a way to place a subject within a certain position in relation to desire and things like that. So it's like maybe making a film that is like analytic rather than, you know, making a film interested in sort of images or themes that relate to the mind in some way, or using psychoanalytic theory as like a literary analysis technique, which I think is actually quite different to what I don't know, because it wasn't like a conscious thing to start off with, but I was making films that maybe did this kind of thing, and then I was already into like psychoanalytic theory or whatever, and then actually Todd's work really like made it more of a conscious pursuit, or maybe just made me think like, oh, this is something that I should like say as a thing, but it's something I would be doing.
I mean, the way I would put it is that like obviously there's a long history of like psychoanalysis and film, and it's mostly about using psychoanalysis to interpret film, and filmmakers even after that or before that using psychoanalysis to ask for their film to be interpreted in this way, basically. Whereas what you guys do is
hidden meaning, whatever.
Yes, exactly, hidden meaning. Like, let's put an egg here so that it represents parenting or something, you know. Whereas, you know, what you guys are doing is like thinking of film itself as a process that the subject goes through, like analysis might be considered a process that the subject goes through. But anyway, let's talk about that later. What we thought we would do is talk first. I mean, in a sense, this is partly a book launch for all of our first 4 books, but the first book is Todd McGowan's book, and he was on first this evening. So, like, we thought we would talk about Todd McGowan's stuff initially, and this book especially, and basically the idea of enjoyment. So maybe later we can talk about like enjoyment in film. But Todd's book is basically about the way that the left and the right enjoys. And it like makes a case, and I mean we've both had a look at it, Helen. But tell me if I'm getting this wrong. If I make a quick like summary, like it basically makes a case that there's a leftist enjoyment and a rightist enjoyment, and it's not quite how you'd imagine this, right? So when you look at like sort of the enjoyment of Donald Trump or something, you might think immediately this must be rightist. Whereas if you look at the enjoyment of Jeremy Corbyn or Black Lives Matter or trans rights movement, it must be leftist. And Todd's book is basically saying that's really not the right way of thinking about it. Like there's a rightist enjoyment, and basically most of what we see going on around us fits into this category, right? Whereas his idea of a leftist enjoyment is something that is kind of few and far between, and we don't see much of it today. So, I mean, and maybe I'm pushing Todd's book further than he is, but what I like about it is that it's saying that lots of what the left enjoys is actually kind of rightist in its like logic of enjoyment and so on. So I thought that was really interesting, and I thought we should talk about like some of those like things that Todd's book says, and whether basically, I mean, we could maybe start at the very beginning. Like, do you think that like the left and the right enjoys in a different way? And like or do you think that the left and right kind of has basically the same structure of enjoyment?
But I guess it's to do with this idea of like what is the left and right under capitalism, and when the left becomes presents something that eventually becomes commoditized. Like we talked about the idea of a lot of Todd's work is about like foregrounding lack as like an emancipatory kind of like technique in a way. But we were talking about social media recently and how lack can even be commoditized in sort of a presented like a disguised wholeness. So it's to do with the mode of like commoditization. Well, I mean, it's not just commoditization, but it follows the same kind of logic. But like I guess as well that there's the difference between left and liberal, obviously, and So, you know, we might say that there is, historically, we can see like a right-wing deviation in leftist enjoyment. Like in Todd's book, he talks about Stalin, for instance, or even like Robespierre or whatever. But today, I think, you know, when we're saying there's like a left-wing, a right-wing deviation in the left in terms of enjoyment, in terms of like its projection of, you know, utopias and enemies that need to sustain them and stuff. But actually, in a sense, that which is left-wing in the first place is not doing that. But I mean, I don't see that much of a left per se. So I think a lot of the examples.
I mean, I agree with that. And I think you're totally right to say, like, what about the question of a liberal enjoyment here? Like, isn't what we're seeing like a rightist enjoyment and a liberal enjoyment and an absence of a left enjoyment or something? But like, let's talk about like an example of that then, maybe, because what you were saying made me think of like, I mean, we recently watched this film. What's it called? The Dividers. Do you want to summarize what that is, or should I?
Well, it's a documentary that explores this performance art piece that was created after after Trump's arrival in the White House, called "He Will Not Divide Us," and it was performed by initially Shia LaBeouf. And obviously, like in an aesthetic sense, we can say it's presenting this idea of unification. We will not be divided. You know, we the left are universal. And so it's sort of presenting a kind of left wing, like mode of coming together around something. But in order to be exciting and libidinally exciting, it does have this sort of enemy figure, he, who is excluded from this mode of enjoyment. So maybe we should talk about like what enjoyment is. Do you want to? Should we do that first? Maybe
okay. Well, I mean, okay. What do you think enjoyment is?
Well, so enjoyment is like a way of getting, but then as soon as you use like words like pleasure and stuff, you're sort of going off the range. But like you are getting something out of something, but it requires a not having in order to like desire requires a not having even in order to like be instigated. Enjoyment we often get from something that we can't have. So the enjoyment can be a suffering if we don't interpret it like ideologically correctly. So we might not have the Nike trainers that we want, and we feel like we lack it, and we really, you know, don't feel like we're enjoying this. But actually, the value really of the Nike trainers is the not having, you know. And so there's this idea. I mean, one of Todd's earlier books was enjoying what we don't have. So the emancipatory turn in enjoyment is to realize that value is precisely valuable because of well, you know, enjoyment or desire is only possible because of a not having. But the right wing enjoyment relies on a contingent thing that prevents you from having it. So instead of understanding that desire revolves around lack, there's a sort of utopian idea that desire, that there's a wholeness in desire, that the not having is not because of the nature of the entire universe that came from the Big Bang, the lacking universe, the fact that we're speaking subjects and are only speaking so far as we're like born too soon, and we are birthed into language through the sort of recognition and misrecognition of others who are lacking. Like there's no totality in the human subjective experience. So, but the sort of right-wing enjoyment sets up, it ignores that as the truth and sort of says, no, everything is possible. And the only reason why you don't have this utopian reality already is because somebody's in the way. But that somebody only sustains a fantasy. So it casts as a shadow perfection. But so the enjoyment, so what you experience as enjoyment is sort of painful and predicated on an enemy, rather than understanding that the whole nature of desire and enjoyment revolves around not having, and that is integral to the very energy of the thing in the first place. Yeah,
right. I think that's a good sort of summary of what Todd's book is saying. Like there's one kind of capitalist enjoyment, which is, as you said, part of Todd's earlier work in like fulfillment of promise and so on. I too am obsessed with Nike shoes. That's the most best commodity for me. If you can have one fetish commodity, it's those Nike shoes. Which Helen calls Nike. Yeah. But no, I mean, and this is from his book, The Promise of Fulfillment, all this concept of stuff. Like, you can have the capitalist idea where, you know, you can enjoy, you just have to buy to enjoy, and so on. Or you can recognize, which he is, I guess, thinking of a more leftist position. You can recognize that there's a more kind of, there's a different relationship to enjoyment, to pleasure, which is accepting that you can't have what you want, and so on. Okay. So let's we're probably not going to like summarize what enjoyment is in like a short live stream, but I think you did a good job. We're going towards that. So let's go back to the Sheila Booth thing, where, you know, it called "He Will Not Divide Us," which I'm sure most people listening know about this. So what they did was they set up, when Trump came in, they set up a security camera in, I think, New York was it Brooklyn at the first point?
Was it like Queens or something?
In Queens.
Yeah.
In Queens. And then they had Sheila Booth there most days, and people could just go and join in saying, "He will not divide us," and they would just say, "He will not divide us. He will not divide us." You know, and this was supposed to be an example of leftist enjoyment, because it was, you know, rebelling against the right's position in government and so on through this kind of weird art project, you know, with these mad people that were involved. But I guess and then what happened was, and I'm sure people know this as well, the whole story is that, you know, the 4chan bros on the right, on the so-called right, trolled this to such an amazing extent that it sort of blew up into this kind of like crisis of a so-called left and a so-called right. You know, battling each other, and really, it's not, as you said, as you implied earlier. It's much more of a war between a particular niche right and liberalism than it is anything to do with the left. But I still think it's really interesting that, I mean, and I wanted to put it to you this way: like, I think the Chan Bros enjoyment, that those guys who, I mean, people probably know this. They posted it on 4chan. They started turning up there. They did some jokes with milk. They were trolling Sheila Booth. They were trying to start fights, trying to get Sheila Booth arrested, doing all these kind of pranks. I think that the enjoyment of the right here was way more subversive and way more leftist than the enjoyment of the liberal art project. He will not divide us, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, what I think is interesting is, and you're like the screen media person, so you'll know more about this than me, but like, is to do with the way that we relate to people on screen, and how this is really bad in terms of like intersubjectivity and recognition and like building relationships with people, and just generally the interpersonal relationships that like are a bulwark against the like horrendous spread of neoliberal values to like absolutely everything. Because like from the, you know, entire cinematic history to, you know, the mirror stage in Lacan, we relate to screens not in the same way that we relate to people. Like, humans are divided subjects. They lack, evidenced by the fact that they have subjectivity, they speak and communicate and what have you. And when we see somebody on a screen, we do not relate to them in the same way that we would a person in the street. And this replacement of interpersonal, you know, and you know, this is we're in this like globalized tech economy. This is the way it is. This is not to say like that there can't be some positive in there that we're yet to find, but the downside is that we relate to people in this sort of transferential way, and we project wholeness and completeness onto the other. And this is really, you know, we see this in social media, both the way that people like start to see themselves as sort of celebrities. You know, the way that we relate to, we comment on things, and we relate to the people that even are our friends. You know, it's in this sort of really weird way where we don't recognize the lack in the other. And I think this is like impacts like the role of the troll, and how these trolls, who are jokers essentially, get more and more and more in political influence and sort of scare people more and more and more, and are sort of seen as like Nazis and what have you. And this documentary sort of interviews these people and looks at sort of some things that are going on behind the scenes, and some dynamics that, you know, aren't recognized in this case, or aren't like sort of common knowledge or whatever. And seeing these people as people, even though this is on a documentary, so there is a you know, like an unlacking aspect there, you know, where as soon as somebody's on a screen, we relate to them in sort of a different way. But I think that the kind of like, you know, as soon as something, this is the same as the internet, as soon as something's published on the internet, like as soon as it looks like it's in the written word, like a phrase from a book that's been published, it seems much more weighty and valuable and important and undivided than it actually is. So something I think that like really gets in the way of what could be interesting about these people sort of joking and stuff is this imagined wholeness and completeness, this authority, it's almost this like conspiracy theory. There's a group of people out there who have all the knowledge and all the power and are themselves much more influential and frightening and totalitarian than they actually are. And I think this is like to do with the way that like screen media, social media, the internet has made us relate to each other in non-dialectical ways, because we just unconsciously project totality onto the other.
I think that's right. I mean, just before I answer it, I'm not your only fan in this channel, Helen. There you go. No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I think what is so interesting, what I guess wanted to say about that is, and I'll try and say something about the role of the screen in this. But like, I think that what struck me when watching that thing, the dividers, and thinking about this, what is this liberal versus right enjoyment? And I suppose this is also my criticism of Todd's book, if I have one. Is that basically I think that it's very interesting how much well, obviously the first point is this, that we would love to think that there's a leftist and rightist enjoyment. In fact, I think that enjoyment is something that is universal, and this is also what Todd argues, right? That he says leftist enjoyment should be universal, but I think that all enjoyment is universal. And when you watch those 4chan bros pouring milk on themselves, you know, fascist, racist as they are, whatever, and you can find that funny and you can take pleasure in that, this is actually a moment of solidarity or universality. Like, enjoyment can be the thing that transverses left and right, I think. And some of the things that we might think of as leftist enjoyments are way closer to so-called rightist enjoyment than one might think. And so on. So I guess if I was writing that book, I would try and say that enjoyment is the only thing that doesn't recognize left and right. It's the sort of, it is what it is, and it allows you to speak across those kind of political divides in a certain way. And
yeah, no, I like this idea of like enjoying enjoyment, because I think that it is inevitable because of the nature of being a lacking speaking subject for us to aspire to things and to have a certain level of like discomfort in not having, even despite us knowing that like you can't like intellectualize your way to the cure. I mean, well, no, you can't. But I mean, you sort of can like philosophize and bring things, you know, to the surface and stuff. But what was I saying?
But on
the thing is, I do think that maybe like a 2-tier explication of like, this is maybe the better way to do this and this is the worst way, that maybe could lead to a commoditization of good enjoyment, because anything that is sort of shown to have like, we don't do this and we should do that, like setting up a boundary between this and that is precisely what is like commoditizable. And it's interesting because we've talked about this a lot as well in terms of, can lack itself be commoditized? And I do think in a way, well, it's not lack, but it's sort of a pretend lack, like the, so I mean, there's obviously this idea that like that which unites us, the only thing that unites us is the fact that we are all lacking, and that we all desire and we all enjoy, you know, it comes into that. But obviously we see in social media like this projection of lack to commoditize, and, you know, sort of to justify one certain position under capital or whatever, to say that, you know, one can't be criticized or whatever. But I think this like elision of lack and commoditization, like people get, it's very, very confusing. I remember having a discussion about somebody, this idea of like people on social media like airing their dirty laundry, and this is like a public, putting things out into the public. And I actually think it's the precise opposite. It's the privatization of something public. So it's commoditizing something that appears public
Yes.
So it's privatized. It's private ownership of a private thing that is put into the public, but for private value accumulation. But it kind of is like it's really confusing, because on the one hand we have like the way we relate to each other on social media. It's like everybody appears to be undivided because of this sort of screen culture, whatever. But then they're like going on about how they lack and how they're, you know, unfortunate and all these different things about them that mean that they're a better person in some way. But this is a way to sort of disguise the fact that in this lack is actually a wholeness and completeness, because it's commoditized, or it's sort of a way to veil like a superiority or something like that. So I do wonder whether this setting up of like, this is the right way to enjoy, the left way, the correct way to enjoy whatever is, you know, that could be commoditized. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
but then again, he's saying that like we shouldn't say this and it could be commoditized. That's another thing that's like,
well, I mean, I agree with that, I think, and I think I didn't really come around to the point about social media and so on. And I think you are absolutely right about how social media functions. Like the most important way to read social media in a psychoanalytic way is exactly what you said, to say that everyone appears to you as an undivided subject. Everyone appears to you as unlacking. And they never appear to you like that in person, but when you meet someone online, they always appear to you as undivided. Now, this is like another way of saying the old bullshit that everyone puts a fake public self up, you know, and so on and so on. You know, obviously it's obvious, but on the other hand, it's not that obvious, because the way it's less important how you present yourself, but how you appear to others. And people appear to others. The object appears to the subject, or the subject appears to the subject as not lacking, as undivided on social media. And that creates a culture of, in the terms of Todd's book, and it is a great book which people should buy, the link is there in the description, where he talks about how the right's enjoyment is about an other who is an enemy, right? And the left's enjoyment is about seeing us all as undivided subjects. So in terms of what you do, Helen, you know, where the so-called right the so-called rightist enjoyment would like us to be like, you know, we're enjoying this because there's an enemy. Let's build a wall, for example, because the wall on the other side, the enemy goes, we protect ourselves. The pleasure, obviously, there's a real libidinal energy in this kind of statement of Trump's, let's build a wall, whatever, because of this exact quality of it. It is about an enemy that's externalized, and that enemy allows us to see the other as, you know, whatever, undivided and so on in this way, exactly what you said. And social media does that on its own way. But I guess I would say that all of the liberal and leftist social media, I don't want to say something too controversial, but anyway, I will. I think like communities, the people who are saying they're all autistic now, or, you know, some trans communities, you know, LGBT communities and so on, like there is elements of that which is extremely leftist and extremely radical, but they then also tend to slip into this kind of, well, we are the accepted, and feminism would also be a good example, we are the group of people getting this right. Right, we're identifying as X, we're identifying as inside this group, and the enemy is those who are getting it wrong. J.K. Rowling, what a moron, she's the enemy, you know, whereas our position is right. So I think a lot of what we're seeing, it's easy to say, when I give the example of Trump, everyone's nodding their head saying, yeah, like, definitely, it's obvious the rightist enjoyment has an enemy. But what we struggle more to see is that the way our social media system functions in general has this quality also of build a wall. Right, so like whether you're feminism or LGBTQ or trans rights or disability rights, or whatever, you often slip into the same structure, the same rightist structure of the enemy who doesn't know, you know.
But this isn't to say like this is the fault of whatever communities. Like this is what happens under capitalism. You know, like at a certain point, the logic of capitalism is like exception. So this is the problem. There's a gap between you and the problem. This is this is the solution, or indeed like the commodity is only a commodity insofar as you don't have it. And in order to be a commodity, it has to have some transcendental value. And there has to be something in the way from you to it in order for you to like imagine that it has this value. Like Eden is only Eden insofar as, you know, you don't have it anymore. But I think like climate change is an interesting one, because there is like, I think in terms of Todd's logic, there's like a right-wing way of dealing with climate change and a left-wing way. And I would say that the right-wing way is this green capitalism / like responsibilization thing. So it's like we would not have climate change if it wasn't for these countries pumping so much out, if it wasn't for people who use plastic straws, if it wasn't for people who didn't, take flights, if it wasn't people who took flights, if it wasn't for people who didn't recycle or whatever. But actually, maybe the left-wing thing is to recognize the obstacle as climate change itself or capitalism itself. So we're not going to get away from the logic. So I think what you mean about like the universal logic of enjoyment is that we're not going to get away from the logic of desire. Like this is we're human speaking subjects, tough shit. Like as soon as we're in this position, we can't get out of it. But what we can do is recognize that like we have the possibility for enjoyment enough outside of this sort of like hyper capitalist utopic organization of desire, which requires an enemy to sustain the possibility of wholeness and completeness, fantasy, whatever. But actually, just in the grit and grime of the universe, there's enough shit for us to get enjoyment out of. Like there's enough difficulty.
No, I totally agree with that. I certainly didn't mean in the sense that like we should blame these groups. I mean, this is structural and it's to do with capitalism. But it's just that, when you're and Todd does this, I think, really well. Like in a book like this, Enjoying Left and Right, you're pointing out that, this is a structural problem and it's to do with capitalism rather than, and so capitalism is what divides us, right? Not left and right. I think that's probably maybe an interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right.
We can try and answer this from our good friend Peter. Do you not think that there is a useful distinction between enjoyment that sees another as other and enjoyment that sees us all as other? There's a little follow-up there. In a nutshell, there is an argument that right-wing enjoyment is enjoyment of a scapegoat, even if the scapegoat is yourself. Yeah. And also, this is what I was also just trying to say. So rightist identitarianism and left-wing identity politics are both right-wing forms of enjoyment. Yeah, this is what I think. And I think it's also what Todd's saying. But I suppose I don't know what you think, Helen, but the only thing I feel less sure about in these distinctions between, let's say, how did Peter put it, an enjoyment which sees another as other and enjoyment sees us all as other. I confronted the same thing with laughter. Like I did my PhD on laughter, and you really encounter this all the time, like right-wing comedy, left-wing comedy, and I guess I still think that perhaps the most radical or interesting thing to say about laughter or comedy and also enjoyment as such is that it really doesn't distinguish. So it's not possible to say, is this a racist joke and is it therefore bad? Is this a socialist joke and is it therefore good? But this is the wrong way of thinking about it. It's like, it's those are like the moments which connect to the unconscious in a way which doesn't respect those categories.
Exactly. And the unconscious being the thing that we all share, like the thing that cuts across everything, despite whatever identity category. And this is the thing, it's like the identity politics is like buying into the lie, as in like, let's say, if we think about like queer theory or whatever. So the idea being that like in the past, more conservative cultures had a clean way to desire and then cast out as impure people who desired in a different way. Whereas potentially the claim from psychoanalytic theory and queer theory and stuff is like, no, actually we're all impure. And that's why, we're not like trying to knock down the door to get pure as well, because there'll always have to be somebody who isn't pure to like generate the value of imagined purity, because there is no purity in this universe, there, especially when it comes to human subjectivity and sex. But rather, look, we're actually all impure, and this is what unites us. So the identity politics is like, with civil rights in a way, it's like what is emancipatory is precisely like what this experience says about the universal experience. But rather than like, because there can be this tendency, and I think you touched on it, of like, in my essence as somebody of this group, I have a closer connection with the divine nature of the reality of like the political, the cultural, the social, whatever, but there is no divine nature, there's no special access.
Yeah, and I think that's right. And I think all that goes back to this thing that divided, and I suppose what I was trying to say without really thinking it through before was that I think the enjoyment involved in Shia LaBeouf with the backing of a arts funding council, presumably, or a gallery, I can't remember what the gallery was called, Modern Something Gallery in New York or whatever, doing this thing and inviting people to come and join in this project, and saying, and this is much more like build a wall or whatever, come and enjoy this resistance or whatever. But I actually think that maybe this is a silly thing to say, but I actually think that like spaces like 4chan since you're talking about social media, do actually ask us to be universalist about enjoyments. And everyone is welcome on for. This is one thing I think people on the mainstream left find it hard to understand, is that 4chan is way more welcoming than Twitter, and in some ways more diverse. You know, and like it invites you to sort of be part of a enjoyment structure which is kind of unformed and uncertain of what it is.
But I think the thing is, it's like this liberal enjoyment, this right-wing liberal enjoyment, is a lot to do with the misrecognition of capitalism as this universal, true and like always will be there, happens to be there, kind of like it's all good kind of thing. It's like, so instead of realizing that, as you say, like capitalism is the thing that really cuts across everything and is the issue, instead of there's a misrecognition of the issues with capitalism, and because we're in this neutrality, that's not the enemy, and instead it has to, because things are so shit, you have to imagine that, because you imagine that there is like an essence or purity, or that in this sort of highly rational system, the best of all systems or whatever, you have to imagine all of these bad agents. I mean, it's very conspiracy theory, you know, these bad agents who happen to have taken away that which you would otherwise have, and that generates enjoyment. You know, so, but again, so it becomes a sort of like specter of whatever, lest we go back to whatever, like this specter comes up, but it's actually operates in the same way as the thing that it fears, in that so it, like capitalism is the utopia, right? Like you don't have to have like a utopia that you haven't got. You can have something that isn't working properly and imagine that it would otherwise be pure if it wasn't for these people. Or you can have like a utopia on the other side of another person. But it's all to do with this like misrecognition of the neutrality of capitalism. So yeah, so, and I think that like there's loads of scapegoats, but basement dwellers, quote unquote, might be one of them, you know, that if it wasn't for all these bad actors then, but actually the whole condition is the thing that is creating the is creating this like toxic system.
I totally agree with that. I think it's a great point. And I think just a quick addition to the basement dwellers and also to incel, not that this is, but like, I think people mistakenly think that the incel or the basement dwelling game player is appealing to us because they don't enjoy. These are people who are saying we don't enjoy. I mean, imagine living in your mum's basement, all you've got is video games. But actually the role they play in liberal society is the other who enjoys. So we're actually scared of the basement dweller or the incel precisely because they seem to us like the other who's enjoying. And, you know, this is what 4chan has really played on, like this idea of the 4chan bro, be the beta or the Chad, as like the sort of, this is what the liberals project onto as the other who enjoy.
Yeah, having all the fun, like saying the unsayable. Yeah.
It is fun to go and put a Pepe flag instead of the "He will not divide us" flag, whatever they did.
It's interesting that it goes from being like a joke to something that is like the most toxically terrifying thing. Like this is life and death, almost. And I think that, it's really difficult because there's obviously a fear. We've been going through really difficult economic times for a long time, and historically in capitalism, this results in fascistic logic and all this kind of stuff. So people are like right to be afraid, but almost in not understanding this, the structural ways that this is being played out. There's a way of misrecognizing where that threat will come from. And you can't have any sort of conversation or anything around it because there's so much. But it's almost like the less we have, the more we need an enemy to enjoy. So it's
that's exactly right. The worse it gets in capitalism, the more the other enjoys. And then that's the whole 1% thing, or the 1% or whatever, all those dystopian sci-fis about look how much lavish enjoyment you're getting in this small group people are getting, whatever. It's the same when you look down, the basement dwellers who don't have sex are actually having a better time than us. I totally agree with that the worse capitalism gets, which is the real thing which divides us, the more we create the other who enjoys, and we put that everywhere. And it's really the left or the liberals who put that in places.
If it wasn't for this group, then we would have this perfect society. And if it wasn't for the immigrants, if it wasn't for women in the workplace, if it wasn't for whatever group, 100 years ago or whatever at that time. So, but it is interesting. I mean, I do think that like maybe something that Todd's touching on is this sort of siloed society where we have this sort of like, it's still, basically kind of like maybe in Todd's language, right wing or like different forms of like a conservative capitalism and liberal capitalism. But there's this imagined siloing. So each side sort of plays off the other as the enemy. So I do think it's like we're looking at like the same logic that created really terrible events like 100 years ago, but I think it's sort of emerging in very different ways, and like we're all implicated in a way,
I think also the scariest thing about, and I think one great thing about Todd's book, and the scariest thing about this situation is that we are as implicated as any Trump supporter or any 4chan bro or whatever. The point here is that there isn't the possibility of enjoyment to be a universalist thing is just not happening at all because of capitalism, which is getting in the way of it and so on, and which is really the thing which divides us, which I think is what is so interesting about that almost mistake of the title of Sheila Booth and Luke Turner's Bollocks Art Project.
You made the point that like the he in it really is
right. Yeah. Exactly. In Todd's terms, he will not divide us. We
would have unification.
Right? Because it's like I need the he in order to create an other who is dividing us, and then subvert from the fact that it's actually capitalism dividing us. And this is so and it's the left that gets this wrong, I would say, more than the right. But anyway, that's this thing. I want to have like at least 10 minutes to talk about film, but maybe I just want to like also have a look at one or two comments. I don't know about this. Any answer to this?
So it's fishing, fishing is great. I mean, like, fishing it's all about like waiting, and it's quite difficult, right? It's all about like not having the fish, right? You go for like a day. I actually don't know anything about fishing, so I bet maybe it's left-wing enjoyment. It's a game show.
But I mean, also, I always think trolling is misperceived as a right-wing enjoyment.
Why do you say trolling?
Huh?
Why do you say trolling, not trolling?
Trolling. It's the same reason I say nice.
I don't know. What's right? Trolling, obviously. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I just think that the left misrecognizes, or people misrecognize things which are potentially radical, especially on the internet. Things like negging and trolling and these kind of discourses, just because the liberal media has done everything they can to associate these things with the right. But actually, they are actually fundamentally more subversive practices than people want to realize, I think.
Well, I think the thing is that's difficult is that so much like of intersubjective like relations happens online. So in the past, like some of these things that, and we've talked like a lot about how like the master signifier today is not like democracy. Like you wouldn't go to war maybe for like democracy anymore. That lie doesn't really sustain itself. But I think it's to do with like harm and do no harm or whatever. So there is this sort of like because we're not relating to each other with this sort of like interpersonal guarantee of some kind of like level of like brotherly love or whatever, when you're relating to these like it's in this public space, it's high octane, it's commoditized, it's there forever. If you say something, it's gonna be there forever. Like lots of these little things that interpersonally are beneficial, like ribbing each other, having a bit of a joke, knocking you down to size. Like for instance, like Zizek always makes this point about like you're really close friends with someone when you can like really take the piss out of them. And online, you can't really do that. Like everything gets escalated, right. So, and interpersonal, like it's so important we never see ourselves on Streamio. We see ourselves as we look in reality. And it's really fucking weird because it's not what you see in the mirror. But you never know what you actually look like. We exist in the eyes of the other, and we need the other to feed back to us. So this is how psychoanalysis functions. And it's actually very important with like your best friend or your sister or tells you look fucking ridiculous, take that outfit off or whatever, and then you've never said that. But like I mean, but these little things, but you can't, this is so important as like the general pattern of like interpersonal relations, and online where everything lasts forever. Like, we don't want to say to our friends on social media, you look like a complete dick. Like, that's no, you're not going to do that. That would be terrible.
And that is what you were saying earlier about the way everyone appears as an undivided subject. I mean,
yeah, but this just then sustains it more and more and more, because we get more and more detached from each other, because we exist so far from the vision that the other has of us, because we're not, you know, it's this sort of like purity, harmless, cotton wool, whatever. But then it's true though that like everything, maybe if there was more, I don't know, but you're saying that.
That's great. I think it's totally right. I mean, and the whole, that problem is made in so clear by social media, and it's obviously not a social media problem. It's been how people respond to each other for generations, but it's still really made clear by social media. I think that's completely right. But
it's true, but like also on the flip side, people have access to you. Like every time you go online, you can have people tear you down as horrible, being attacked or whatever. But that is more painful and horrible precisely because you don't see their face, or they exist only on a screen or whatever. So
that's why I keep getting cancelled, because if I was just saying these things in the pub, they wouldn't mind me saying them. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, I thought this was also an interesting comment from Nico. Isn't the thing that we desire is an other that's enjoying? I mean, and that's always what I thought about the Trump thing. I didn't quite say it when we were talking about it before. Like the build the wall thing, I think it's the same as Obama saying yes we can. What we actually want is to see someone else feeling enjoyment and just kind of opt in to those things. And obviously, and then I also, if I had more time, Nico, I would love to talk more about pornography, because I really like porn, not as a viewer. But I'm not a porn viewer, like a habitual porn viewer. But I think porn like really shows, and I tried to make this point before actually, about the universality of porn and desire. Like what pornography shows you is that you don't actually want to enjoy. You want to experience someone else enjoying on your behalf. So I totally agree with that comment. I think it's very good. And then lastly, what do we have here? Oh yeah, some agreement from Peter about Trump's enjoyment and so on, which I also think is important. Anyway, I think we should spend the last 10 minutes talking about what kind of enjoyment film is, because it's not often that we would have actual, real, serious filmmakers who think about enjoyment in this way on Sublation Media. So, I mean, how, like, I guess, let me ask you a stupid question. How do you make people enjoy a film in a leftist way?
Right. So good question. But I mean, so I would say that the whole technology of film is designed to do maybe not designed, well, maybe it just happens to have emerged in this way that it does this. It's a very like riven art form. You're involved in all these different levels of sound and music and visuals and whatever, and acting and storyline and whatever. And especially like, kind of like Hollywood movies do this. And I think there's like an emancipatory potential in that kind of structure, that maybe, I mean, I love world cinema and European films and experimental films. So, this is not to like denigrate them at all, but, when something's a bit more like floaty and poetic, it potentially doesn't get the viewer to the point of a potential confrontation with the gaze of black. So when we are like brought along this narrative train, it really invested in an object of desire or invested in a character doing something, that really this can lead us to, as a viewer, a moment where in that moment of like getting or not getting, we can really like confront the viewer with the dialectical nature of desire, which is that like maybe in the getting there's nothing there, in the not getting there is something emancipatory and positive, like the sustainment of desire, or the recognition like of the fact that there is no completion in desire, and we all experience that. But really film does this in a way that no other art form does, I don't think.
And so like, is it that like, okay, so like, okay, so what's the difference between like embedding your like political message in a film, like, let me try and think of a bad example of how that's like, what?
That's propaganda.
Yeah, right. What's the difference between film as propaganda and film as like a sort of psychoanalytic device to sort of, because it's another kind of manipulation, right? Do you agree with this point?
I think art is a psychoanalytic device, because precisely it's like a confrontation with contradiction. Like art operates in a way that it is inconclusive, but film is an art form that can position us in relation to the inconclusivity. And it's very different from like making a film that's like a Christian film that tells you that like God will do this or that, or like a right way, like a Daily Wire film that, but even like we both watched a film that was produced by it was a documentary, so it's like very, well, it's different in many ways to a narrative film. Structure, like it has different results because of the structure of that art form. But there was something in this film that was like accidentally very interesting because of the inevitability of like the form itself, you know, that despite the filmmakers, it still does something. So I think film is like, has this capability that if it's not closed off, it's like an inevitable capability, and that like the closing off happens in terms of like, a misrecognition of how desire works, or like a demand under capitalism to express a certain message. And it's interesting because I feel like today often things that are called like a political film or a political work of art are precisely apolitical, because I think politics is the engagement in the contestation or the tarrying with the divided nature of desire and the confrontation with different forms of desire in relation to how resources are managed, for instance, or how society is managed. Like what isn't political is coming in and deciding like this is correct. Like that's apolitical. That's like political. When people say something's political, I'm always like, the reason why it's uncomfortable is precisely because it's like really annoying because it's not political. And actually we're so used to like things not being political that we like don't understand what's political and not political anymore. So I think like art itself, if it is art, is very political.
Yeah, okay. So were you
not
talking
because
about
it's like, oh, my experience as a woman filmmaker or whatever.
Well, no, I mean, firstly, yes, obviously films are becoming like woke as hell. But also, were you thinking about the Matt Walsh thing? When you were
I was,
yeah. So I mean, I think it's a good example, and also, and then the other thing that was on Channel 4 the other day, which our friend Nina Power was on, was this kind of like Jimmy Carr Burns art thing, right? Which was like a big show on Channel 4 in the UK here. It's like, which of these paintings which of these works of art should we cancel, should we burn? Because you know, the author of the work of art is now cancelable. So like Rolf Harris, Hitler, you know, these people did art, they produced things, you know, whatever, should we cancel the thing? So there's also, but I think what you said there is really interesting in regard of all this kind of contemporary interest in this stuff, right? So what you were saying about the Matt Walsh thing, which is a trans thing, it's about, what is it called? What is a woman?
Yes, but what is a woman? Yeah.
What is a woman? And you know, what's interesting, exactly as you said, is he's a total, you know, right-wing moron with essentialist positions, but he accidentally, you know, the documentary accidentally throws up the problems with the way in which both the right and the liberals are dealing with the trans issue, or whatever. So that the art has a important role to play that is completely not to do with the author of it, right? Like, so therefore, we shouldn't be allowing Jimmy Carr to burn artworks, because they could accidentally.
But yeah, that show itself, I mean, it had a structure, it was very arbitrary. It like got people on to arbitrarily defend a position that clearly they didn't believe in, but it said something about, I mean, even if the thing that's being experienced in the viewer is like, well, don't burn them then. Well, it's interesting. I think that actually the response to the show was so interesting on social media, but that's a whole other story in terms of like disavowal, like when we're confronted with this idea of like burning art, for instance, suddenly, or canceling people in this very like symbolic way that like harkens back to different periods of time and totalitarian regimes. Suddenly it's like, oh fuck no, you know.
I thought it was more
like people encourage cancellation often online, but anyway.
Exactly, yeah. No, it's become like Get Your Own Back or whatever. Is that the right name of that children's TV show where it's like you got to choose someone and they get gunged or whatever? It was on like when we
were kids. That was like children's television in the 90s.
No, it was like when we were kids or whatever. It was like you could choose one. The kids had to like argue that their teacher should be gunged, and if they won the their teacher got one of the teachers got gunged or whatever. And I do think this is what like Twitter has come to in a way and so on. But anyway, I wish we had more time to talk about like film and the relationship with all this. But I do think we've like done quite a bit, and we need to welcome back Douglas Lane. And come on, Doug, put yourself in. Oh, do you want me to put you in?
Oh, I'm here.
And I want to say hi to Chris.
Yeah, Chris Catron, should I bring him in too?
Yeah. Hi, Chris.
Hello. Hi.
Chris, this is Helen, Chris.
Hi.
Good to see you. Did you get a little break, Doug, from your 12-hour live stream?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a number of breaks, especially the one where I turned off the stream. That was a nice break, and we
brought back 41 out of 69 viewers. Not that bad.
Well, yeah. So we'll my goal is to get to 100 consecutive, viewers at one time tonight. That's an arbitrary goal.
It was done. Okay.
Yeah, and but I'm glad to have Chris Catron on. Now this is, I guess, the stream has become the Catron Zone, which is something that it's been created for us. Chris, I didn't come up with that, but the Catron Zone is whenever you come on Sublation or wherever you go on lots of places now, and you create
Twilight Zone follows.
Yeah, that's right. So I have some prepared questions for you and all that kind of thing. I think I sent you my usual frustrating questions, obsessed as I am by the value theoretical blah blah blah. But before we get to that great stuff, they were just discussing what is the left-wing way to view films. So maybe I'll start by asking, while they're both still here, what do you think the left-wing way to view or create a film would be?
Well, those are a little bit different, although I guess all creators start out as viewers. Right. So, I mean, my own attitude about like watching film as a Marxist, is that obviously films are a major cultural form of our time. Maybe they are the kind of central cultural form, a central art form in our culture these days. So obviously, they're really important. Even the most trivial film is significant. And, it's tied to capitalism. We wouldn't have cinema without capitalism. And so thinking about the relationship between the kind of society we're living in and this form of popular media, popular entertainment, popular art. I'm a Frankfurt School guy, so obviously I look at things the way Benjamin and Adorno and other people associated with them, friends of theirs like Siegfried Kracauer. I see culture in our time as symptomatic of capitalism. And so it's just an interesting, the assumption being that people go to art for the same reasons they've always gone to art. This would be a little Hegelian thing, I guess, which is to consider and reflect upon their existence. And we do that through film too.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you said that film is the major art form of our time, I was going to say, no, the Sublation Media live stream. That is
it's derivative.
It is
derivative, right? So we all are like meat puppets on here, right? We're all sort of being measured against the standard of Hollywood actors.
Someone says here that you should expect a long email critique about the reactionary defeatism of your belief about the inescapability of petty bourgeois academia. So I just flashing these comments on the screen, but I while they were discussing left-wing films, I thought of you, Chris, and how you said that a film is something like a dream. And that it kind of imposes itself upon the viewers by getting access to the viewer's unconscious. And then the other thing that they mentioned was this documentary film, which I've seen, I have to confess, called "What Is a Woman" by the right-winger Matt Walsh.
Holy shit! You've seen that?
We've all seen it. Have you, Chris?
I have not. I have really no interest in it. I mean, he's one of these guys that they bring on Fox News. Like, I feel like he's been on like Tucker Carlson or something. And I'm just like, okay, what kind of gimmick is this going to be?
Well,
Right.
he's been on he works for the Daily Wire. I've actually, after I saw What Is a Woman, I was inundated by YouTube with his channel, recommendations. So I've watched a number of his YouTube videos now as well, and I have come to the conclusion that he's not interesting, that he is a right-wing hack. And
surprise,
that,
surprise.
Yeah, right. But when I watched What Is a Woman, it was interesting for a good portion of the film. It's only when they started to, towards the end of the film, started to like lay out what their position really was, that it stopped being interesting. But the first part of the film is about them going from university professor to psychologist to
they were asking people in bad faith or something. They were trying to like catch people on camera, right?
Well, I mean, they were asking them in whatever reason they were asking for was
but the interviewees didn't realize they were hostile.
Yeah, they set themselves up as coming from some like pro gender.
Oh, did they? Okay, well,
if that's evil.
They set up,
but
like,
I mean, nonetheless, the question could have been handled. Should have been handled differently. You know,
it really showed how idiotic the liberal world is at dealing with things they claim to be experts about.
Yeah, but the thing that I thought was interesting was the fact that they couldn't answer, and that sort of like does harken back to, you know, early theoretical ideas about this, that, you know, it is an unanswerable question. But it was edited really meanly. Like some of
I saw a clip of it, I think, on Tucker.
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, they're like trapping these people in like making them look bad. But then they did look bad anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, they said what they said, you know. But yeah,
they gave some PC blather.
Right. And at times my favorite was a pediatrician who said, well, Santa Claus is real for the child, you know, that kind of thing. And at one point, so just sort of complete disconnect.
Well, maybe this ties back to what you were saying before, because I would say films are dreams. That doesn't mean that they're unconscious. It means that they're fantasies. It means that they're like pre-conscious. And I was just watching, you know, since I wrote for you guys on Star Wars, I've been watching the Andor series, and so I was inspired to rewatch Rogue One. And you know, and I was just reminded of how absurd certain things are. Like they show she has to like climb up a cliff, the main character, and I'm like, there's no way that anybody could climb what she's just the next scene she's gonna be at the top of this thing, right? And so it's like that kind of thing, you know. And then they have to do like impossible stunts that seem semi-real and visceral, but then they're completely not real, like, you know, like leaping across a chasm, you know, because they have to like get some like hard drive out of a computer database or something. And it's like, yeah, that wouldn't happen, but it does happen, right? And it's just real enough to sort of, you know, activate that kind of in between fantasy place, right? And, you know, there's like obviously even films that are not science fiction and even films that are not like action adventure have completely illogical, irrational fantasy wish fulfillment imagery,
right?
And so it's not that it's giving you the unconscious, it's giving you the pre-conscious, but it's also not, it's sort of letting you stay in that place, right? It's not like really, I mean, obviously there are art films, there's avant-garde film that does try to, you know, do more, but even then I would say the results are ambiguous.
I would say that there's certain films like, and this was more within like some of the canonical films of Hollywood, who go along with this logic to a certain point and then sort of rip the temple curtain. So you have like The Wizard of Oz, that I think actually has this precisely because it's drawn people in. And then to do that, it does something subjectively. And it's interesting because when one tries to do that today, not in audiences don't seem to mind it, but, you know, in terms of where finances and stuff comes from, there's a real sort of like, what the fuck, you know? But it seems like it's just a subtle thing, like, okay, well, a range of things could happen at this certain point in a film related to the achievement of whatever thing that's been set up, and one of them might be like there's nothing there, you know. But that's the one that really screws with the logic of market logic potentially. I don't know.
I mean, I have to say, I'm a grumpy old man, right? And so what that means is, like, I go to films and I'm like, what is this shit? And but basically it's like, I feel like the quality of the fantasies has deteriorated.
Mm.
Do you know? I kind of feel like the fantasies used to be more interesting, whereas the fantasies now seem simpler, more infantile. Like, they reach far less, and they're just less interesting. There's less of a texture to them, and of course, it's like Catherine Liu was saying, that films are made by committee, by the HR department. In other words, I think that we rely on directors to go into forbidden domains of fantasy to sort of activate that. Otherwise, there's kind of nothing there. And so if you only leave what are essentially safe fantasies, it really degrades the medium a great deal.
Yeah, no, but this is exactly what happens with risk aversion, this sort of committee risk aversion. And there's all sorts of ways that risk is mitigated in film, but this generates the entire death of the art form. Precisely.
You're not even allowed to desire certain things.
Yeah.
Not even in your pre-conscious mind.
Not even in your pre-conscious, right?
Right.
I mean, it's awful. Whereas, like George Lucas or Steven Spielberg, they have like a kind of a twisted fantasy life, that they indulge. And that's what makes them good.
I think that's a good point, really, Chris. And I also want to let you guys go on your interview, but also I also thought about this. I think this distinction between pre-conscious and unconscious in the typical Freudian sense is extremely useful for stuff like this. I tried to say similar things about like mobile phone apps. Like we like to think that we might think they manipulate us unconsciously, but it's actually a pre-conscious issue. And I do think this distinction is worth kind of pushing and exploring. I just wanted to quickly add that.
Well, let me, Alfie, because I just sort of let Chris tell me things that I don't fully understand sometimes. What do you mean by pre-conscious? What is the distinction there? I don't know Freud well enough.
I mean, let me give you in one sentence the best I can do. I would say that you can't access the unconscious, but the pre-conscious is the myriad of things you might do, which are possible already. Therefore, so you can imagine them. So you might fall in love with Chris, for example, or me. Depends who does better tonight. Those are different kind of conscious things you can choose between, right? And they are conceivable to you, and you can process them. And this is, but some of them will arise into your consciousness, and some of them will never. So do you want chicken burger or ramen noodles tonight? Both of them are conscious possibilities, which are in the pre-conscious until you feel like you want it. Unconscious is something else, totally you can't just speak it, right? So
inaccessible.
Inaccessible. So our media, our digital media, our screens, what they really do is manipulate our pre-conscious. I think that's an interesting point, Chris. And
in a dream, there are many images and residues from your day, which are pre-conscious that then can be taken up in the dream, which are then going to be structured by your unconscious. Is that right? Basically, what makes that selection is sort of a combat between libidinal id, which is unconscious, and the ego, which is aligned with the censorship of the superego. I'm just trying to lay this out in a schematic way. Am I basically right?
Well, I mean, in Freud, I guess in a sense, I mean, everything has to move through these stages, right? So like unconscious things have to move through a pre-conscious stage before they can become conscious. But let's say 10 things move to pre-conscious stage, but only one becomes conscious. For example, So there's a variety of stuff there, and then only a certain number of things become pre-conscious. Those are the things which can be predicted by algorithms, which you don't know that's being
right.
Yeah.
And Adorno had an interesting way of addressing this, which is that he actually thought that mass media forms showed the potential invalidity of the Freudian categories of conscious and unconscious and pre-conscious, because that would assume an ego that may not be there anymore, right? In other words, the capitalism might have eroded our egos to such a point, because the unconscious is really what is like repressed, right? So it's unconscious, it's not conscious. It's been repressed. And then, right, so what Alfie's saying about possibilities, right? And so one of the things that's really kind of invidious about mass culture is that it subtly manipulates what we consider to be the realm of the possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so, a dream, I mean, I think that this was also Adorno's point about how film can become art. By being like a dream or like a daydream, like a kind of like you're sort of falling asleep on the bus and you have a kind of an onrush of images, you're kind of semi-aware of them. I mean, from a Freudian perspective, those would be, everything is a kind of libidinal impulse, everything is a desire, but not all of our desires can be like, we don't accept all of our desires, or we can only accept them in certain forms.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So things that, are in the preconscious, things that we dream about, are being given to us in acceptable forms from the standpoint of our ego. In other words, they don't disrupt or challenge our ego too much, our sense of ourselves too much. They might stretch it a bit, they might blur the boundary a little bit, but they're not going to like really contradict it. Whereas something that's really in the unconscious might just contradict the ego, and therefore those would be inadmissible. Right? For them to be admitted would be like a psychotic break. And so we don't admit those things. We admit the things that we can kind of, that the ego can find acceptable. And, the other point that Alfie's making about range of possibilities is that, of course, the things in the preconscious are sort of asking to be made conscious. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, the dream, that's why dream interpretation could be therapeutic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because
Chris Catron, everybody. We should have one of those things, Doug, where you press a button and everyone claps,
I don't have that. Here's what I do have, though. Let's see if I can. This will have to do. All right,
oh my goodness! So wait, are you telling me that Marx is like a horror character?
Yeah, well, it's Halloween. He's coming to your door.
If Marx comes to your door, you should be scared. It's trick or treat.
Yeah.
Who is that? Wait a second. Who's dressed as Marx?
I don't know. Some kid online. It's like a.
Oh, okay. I was about to say that better not be like Doug. Like I was looking very closely. I was like, that.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, I could stay in this topic of the preconscious and the unconscious and dreams for a long time. But why don't I talk to you about this war that's happening in
Ukraine? Talk about a nightmare.
Yeah. So you've
nice
recently.
To meet you guys. See you.
Okay. Bye, guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Alfie.
All right. So, yeah. So, what was the title of your recent essay in the Platypus Review?
Ukraine, more of the same.
Yeah.
More of the same, which is obviously meant to be a provocation. You sent me some questions, and I wanted to sort of first give you the spirit of the essay.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
The spirit of the essay is to pose problems and to make people think.
Right.
It's not meant, I mean, of course people go to me, oh, Chris Catron, what's his hot take on Ukraine? So I'm like using that. Like I was like, okay, I'll write an article about Ukraine. And then people will go to it and be like, what does Chris Catron have to say about Ukraine? Like positively. And then I wrote it to frustrate that.
Right. Well, you certainly did frustrate me.
Right. Because, again, I don't think, because I do think that the left is dead. I don't think we're in a situation where we can offer like clear political positions on something like the Ukraine war. I mean, not least because there is no proletarian socialist movement that can do anything about it. Right.
Okay. I mean, I think I interpreted your essay roughly correctly, and and if you read my questions, I guess the difference between our perspectives is to the extent to which I think there's some pre-political thinking that needs to be done about.
Well, certainly there is.
Yeah,
certainly there is. I wasn't offering much of that though.
No, right. You certainly weren't. So, but here's my kid's suddenly pinging me. I'm going to take him off. All right. So what I will say, let me just go ahead and ask some of the questions here. So you write, why is there war? Because capitalism is self-contradictory, and this is expressed in conflicts among workers as well as among capitalists, and between national working classes and capitalist states, between politicians and political parties, both within and between nation states, and often these conflicts are violent. But this does not mean that economics determines politics and capitalism. Quite the opposite. Neither does politics determine economics. Indeed, for Marxism, politics means the class struggle, and the class struggle means overcoming capitalism and socialism. And anything less than that is not really politics at all, not struggle for the direction of our freedom, but just Darwinian struggle for existence and gangsterism, eating and being eaten. That's how you start it. And I'm reading along, and you do this little tricky thing in the middle where you say, "Oh, it seems
quite the opposite."
Aimed at me. Economics don't determine politics. And
don't
then
be paranoid.
Okay, and then
I'll have to analyze you.
No, narcissistic. Quite the opposite. But then you don't mean the opposite, because the opposite would be that politics determines.
It depends on what opposite means there.
Right.
I meant opposite of determines.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, right. So, see, I have this conception of what it means to be determined to mean not that something is absolutely caused, right? Not like dominoes falling on one upon another, but rather the conditions are set so that a certain number of choices are open to you and not others. You, for instance, I always go to the game of chess as my example, but in a game of chess, someone makes a move that determines what your move is going to be without putting any kind of absolute limit on it. It doesn't say, okay, you can only push a pawn now. I mean, maybe there's a situation like that, but for most of the game of chess, you're going to have many options, but your options are going to be in response to the reality on the board.
Okay, so war is a crime. Why is it a crime? Because it breaks the rules. It's an attempt to change the game, break the rules, change the rules, right? And so I would say precisely, economic conditions, of course, there are sort of material conditions. It depends on what's meant by economic conditions. There are material conditions and there are economic conditions. And clearly, states try to achieve by war what they can achieve economically.
Right. I agree with that. But cheating in a game of chess is still determined by the rules of chess. It's not like
the economy is according to rules, largely, not entirely. Of course, there's the black market. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on. But I would say the political realm and the economic realm both seem to be bound by certain conventions and rules. War, much less so. In other words, war is what you do when you can't get what you want through the established conventions of politics and economics.
Right. Okay. So I'm just going to make this kind of concrete, a little more concrete in a way. The way I think about the way economics determines war, like sets up war, is on a kind of multitude of levels. The first one being that you have a situation in which capitalism and the liberal ideology that goes along with it, is no longer functioning. That the what should be like the dream of capitalism is we're all trading partners. When everyone wins, we exchange and equivalents, and then the surplus is created. The only people exploited are the working class, and the capitalist class is united in their.
Well, it's a little different from that. So I think that the ideal of trade is actually, in some ways, the opposite of that, if I can use that term. I know that it's fraught, which is to say that maybe only capitalists lose and the workers always gain. In other words, the capitalists run each other out of business, but the workers get cheaper and cheaper goods as a function of the capitalist competition.
Okay, right. I think that's
is really the ideal.
That is actually the flip side. Both things are true, right?
I don't think anybody ever says, let's compete, and after all, only the workers will lose. I don't think that's actually what happens.
Right, but nonetheless, when capitalists trade, they do not make their surplus off of that exchange between nations. The
They
surplus
make profits, but not
they may make
surplus value.
Yeah, they don't make the surplus, but yeah, they may make profits, but off of each other. But the surplus, the total value that's being aimed at, everyone wants to create, comes from the working class and not from the exchange.
Let me put it rather than going into the value theory stuff, because I kind of feel like nobody's trying to produce surplus value. They're trying to profit.
Right.
There might be some economists, like macroeconomics, might worry about like growth. And what they mean by growth is not exactly the same thing as what Marx, actually, it's quite a bit different from what Marx thought of as surplus value. But let's put it very concretely. Was it in Russia's interest to invade Ukraine? Was it in their economic interest? No.
Well, I think they did it with the idea that they would be able to have more access to trade routes, have more security as a nation, be able to protect their national interests, both in terms of production, but also
obviously, maybe in the end, it would be in their economic interest, but that was not first and foremost the consideration. I would say that Putin would say quite the contrary, that they were willing to pay an economic cost for a political goal.
Right. I totally agree with that.
Too. Biden is saying that too.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you on that level. I don't think that, they like back in the
attention to what they think they're doing. We do.
Okay, that's a good idea. But back in the days of Desert Storm, like 1991, right?
I don't think that was for economics either.
Right. No, the slogan on the left was "No blood for oil."
Yeah, but that was a mistake. I was in that anti-war movement, and I have to say I was against the war without believing that it was being done out of economic interest.
Yeah, because if you looked into it, it wasn't being done for the oil. So it was a complete misdirection, and it was a mistake to think in those kinds of terms. And I'm not saying we should think in those kinds of terms now.
No, we need to challenge that kind of doxa on the Marxist left, especially, because I think the broader left doesn't make that mistake, but Marxists have sort of talked themselves into something that I think is really bad. It blinds them to political realities to try to trace the economic motive.
But I just think that the promise after 1989, after the collapse, and after 1991 was that the collapse of the Soviet Union, was that we could create a liberal order where the nations would not be set against each other by ideologies. There wouldn't be a political history going forward. There wouldn't be politics.
Let me channel Putin for a second. So I am Vladimir Putin, and he would say, we tried that, and it didn't work, and it's not right for Russia. Boris Yeltsin tried it, didn't work. Russia's never going to fit into this global capitalist, international, liberal, democratic, rules-based order because there's just a Russian reality. We are this kind of continental power stretching across Europe and Asia. And, we're going to have to do things that don't fit the British and American model of how you conduct yourself in international affairs. It's the whole, like, are you a seafaring power or are you a continental power, right? There's all this stuff, of course it's ideology, but it's also theory, it's political theory, political history, and very intelligent people came up with these ideas. And we can look askance at it as Marxists, and we can say, history isn't driven by geography. But, maybe a large part of it is, especially in the political realm, at the level of nation states. And, again, like, I would say, I kind of get your point that in the end, the material realities and conditions of capitalism are going to have a deep effect, and maybe even an overriding effect. But in the meantime, political things are going to happen, and wars are obviously the dramatic expression of that, right?
I just think that as an example, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I mean, yes, if I were talking to Putin, you were Putin, I would say, yes, you know what? I can see why today you would say we tried that and it failed. But the fact is, it actually failed almost immediately. But the fact that the Russian experience was the way that it was, and their society was so devastated.
He wasn't saying simply that, like, because I think, you know, he might be willing to live with the fact that Russia is going to have a lot of poverty.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I don't think that he would say we tried that and economically it failed. I would say that he would say that it failed politically. In other words, that Russia, both domestically and geopolitically, needs to be this kind of neo-czarist state, right? It needs like a firm hand domestically, and it needs a firm hand on its frontiers.
Yep, right. But I would just say that part of the reason why it needs to be that kind of state, and why back even in
is that economic weakness? Yes,
it was out of their economic weakness.
Sure.
And the fact that the West couldn't incorporate Russia.
They don't have the ability to exercise soft power as much.
Right.
And that's true not only like globally, but also locally. Right. So I would say that the main thing about the war in the Ukraine, like the war in Chechnya or in Georgia, that these are driven by regional geopolitics. And of course, the difference, so the US made some noise about Georgia and made some noise about Chechnya. But why they're making a lot of noise about Ukraine is that it's the European frontier. It's not the Middle Eastern or Asian frontier. You know, you're not going to have they intervened. Wasn't there just a crisis in Kazakhstan where the Russians intervened? They didn't have to invade. You know, they had like local allies or whatever. Did the US say much about that? No. Right? Because actually the US does depend on Russia keeping order in Central Asia. Right? And so, whereas now there's a question, who's going to keep order in Eastern Europe? Is it going to be NATO or is it going to be Russia?
Right. But my point is, back in the 90s, there was already a political conflict between Russia and the United States in Kosovo, for example, right? There was already oppositional interests that played out militarily.
Bosnia too.
In Bosnia, right.
And
Russian
forces arrived on the border.
That was the moment where the dream of bringing Russia into NATO was really destroyed, right? That was the moment where this idea of one big European continent, you know, in a way, was dashed. And that didn't happen because of some, you know, ethnic identity.
Mistakes are made. I mean, I remember back in the day, and I'd have to revisit it now, but you know, Germany played a kind of nefarious role there. Germany really pushed for Slovenia and Croatia to declare independence. And there were neo-Nazi German volunteers involved in the fight between Croatia and Serbia over the mixed ethnic communities, right, in conflict. And then, of course, in Bosnia, there were also the Muslim world got involved. Al-Qaeda was there, right? And, you know, so, but Germany being what it is, obviously, it's the main capitalist power in Europe. You know, we can, in fact, hold them more accountable than we can hold Al-Qaeda accountable or something. I mean, you know, I guess it's financed by Saudi billionaires or whatever, but, you know, like.
So I'm not
sure the U.S. didn't want Germany to push like that, by the way.
Why did Germany want to push like that? I mean, if that's the case, then it only shows the strength of my case. Not only after the collapse of the Soviet Union was a dream of one big Europe that included Russia dashed, but really Europe itself was dashed.
You actually had in Yugoslavia, the breakup of Yugoslavia, what was interesting, because that was a crisis for NATO, is that you actually had the British, the French, and the Germans on different sides, like kind of helping different factions.
Right.
And that can work. In other words, like, you play good cop, bad cop, you kind of manipulate the sides, you show sympathy in order to ultimately corral them into some kind of settlement. But it's also dangerous because those things can get out of control. And that's why I say, we also have to allow for the fact that mistakes can be made. And I would say, Ukraine, when all is said and done, in retrospect, people are going to say it was a mistake. Not just by Putin, but it was a mistake how the US handled things after the invasion of Crimea.
Right.
Right. And so mistakes were definitely made. And we have to allow for that. In other words, like, as Marxists, we can't say that everything is kind of happening for a reason or there's a logic to history. There can be screw ups. And my point about capitalism in the article is that capitalism is chaotic. Capitalism is disorderly. Capitalism actually does create conflict and antagonisms that, we have to be careful about naturalizing them. I mean, of course, I'm concerned about all these things. In other words, I'm just thinking, the left, right, my audience, I'm like, they probably are Stalinists to some extent. They believe that, like, nations have interests, and the workers can side with their own capitalists, or they can do the selfless, correct, altruistic thing and be internationalist, right? Because that's the way these things are really posed at a moral level. And it's like, no, old style Marxists believed that the workers had a common interest against their capitalist class, that it wasn't out of altruism or morality or doing the right thing, right? That it was more real, materially real. And also they sought to make it politically real. And that was really my point, which is that Marxism is the first movement to try to bring political and economic interests together, because otherwise those things actually don't work together. Interest.
I guess if you and I had a political difference right now, it would maybe come down to this. I think that at the beginning, when Putin was putting forces on the Ukrainian border, and the Biden administration was downplaying the threat there, and
publicly, I think behind the scenes they were.
Well, I mean, this is our political difference might hinge on a difference of interpretation of the facts as well. But so, I think that there was an opportunity at that point to negotiate a peaceful resolution before the invasion, and that the U.S. and the U.S. foreign policy apparatus did not take advantage of that.
I think they screwed up. Yes.
Yeah. Was not, but not just like they like, oh, they.
No. I think they're kind of.
I turned off the live stream accidentally by pressing the wrong button. That was a mistake. But this was more like, oh, I have an idea. If I had an ideology.
No, they're blinkered, definitely.
Yeah.
They definitely are. I mean, I think that I even say in my article that they're victims of their own anti-Russia propaganda.
Right.
They've convinced themselves that, like, Russia's in some go for broke game, and that therefore so is the US. And it's like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, that Russia's out to try to, like, disrupt the American political system. And, like, Trump's a threat to democracy and Russia is boosting Trump, and therefore Russia's a threat to democracy. And they certainly have put that in terms of, like, this is a struggle between international democracy and international despotism. And I kind of feel like, do they believe their own bullshit? Like, that's dangerous, because there is, like, propaganda, but then there's also the danger that you start believing your own propaganda. And I look at these like, millennials. I look at, like, the national security advisor of the Biden administration, young guy. And I don't trust he knows the difference between propaganda and reality. I actually don't. I'm like, holy shit.
This is why I try to retreat into value theory, because, I know my grip on reality is pretty thin. So I try to have these little.
Marxism can become ideology too. It can become a ghost story. It can try to make sense of things that actually are irrational. And that's why we shouldn't forget that capitalism is irrational. in a specific way. Like it's, like there are all sorts of irrational things in the world, but capitalism.
I would say it's unreasonable, but perfectly rational. That's what I would say. It's perfectly rational. It has rational aims by its own rules. It's consistent.
Well,
it has a rationality.
It can't have rational aims.
Well, I mean, it's just the people we behave in a rational way.
Yeah. People believe. Yeah, no, I think capitalism is best understood as participants are all rational actors.
Right.
However, there's a structural irrationality to it. And that's why
I would just say its reason is limited. It's like it's rational but unreasonable. It has these axioms at the start that it can't question.
It has a quasi-rationality. It has like a quasi-logic. Even calling it like, my old Professor Moish Postone, who I know, we can communicate about that because you've read him and taken him seriously, and I studied with him. He would use like quasi-rational, quasi-objective.
Mm-hmm.
It has a quasi-objective logic. Right? These ways of describing something, because I would say at the heart of it, there actually is something deeply irrational about it. Like, meaning it is literally self-contradictory, not in a logical sense of like analytic philosophy, but in the sense of, it's like what you always have in the beginning of your videos. We're between worlds. We're between worlds. And so it's no longer the societal logic of bourgeois society, but it's not yet beyond that. And it's pushing beyond that, but it's that self-contradictory character, because indeed I believe, my understanding of Marxism is that the task of proletarian socialism is to advance the contradiction. In other words, to try to take it to the next level, to try to raise the contradiction. Meaning, to try to get our hands on it, which won't solve the problem. In other words, won't render it more rational. In some ways, it will render it more irrational and more like subject to like decisions, right? And those decisions will be very fraught, dangerous, and and again, like I understand, like Moish, my old professor, he was very wary of like actionism, decisionism, like a kind of Georges Sorel or like a Sartrean existentialist, like decisionism. And we should be wary of that. We should be wary of like ontologizing, like decision or something, but in a much more sort of tempered way. We should say that there are many things that are beyond our ability to exercise any kind of decision now. And it will be fraught and dangerous for us to try to make them into things that we can make decisions about. I was watching, there's this crazy guy in Fox. We were talking about Fox earlier, Matt Walsh, Mark Levin, who has a book called American Marxism, which is some crazy screed. And he calls it the Franklin School. He has like a tick. He doesn't say the Frankfurt School. He says the Franklin School. And I'm like, yeah, it's Benjamin Franklin. Absolutely. Enlightenment. But he had Marco Rubio on. And, they've been showcasing the candidates who are up for re-election this year or whatever, up for election. So they had Marco Rubio on. And Marco Rubio made this distinction that I thought was kind of fascinating between socialists and Marxists. So check this out, Doug. He's like, well, socialism is an economic theory and an economic policy. And we can deal with socialism. Socialism is wrong. But Marxism is this total ideology that tries to assert control over all aspects of human existence. And Marxism isn't wrong. It's evil. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit. Where do you even begin with this? Do you know?
I'm tempted to run that, trick or treat Marx on the screen again. I'm not going to. But yeah, I mean, right. I would love to ask him what does he mean
there. He grasped something there, right?
Yeah.
And but what he misapprehended is that he thought that like Marxists come with like an answer to everything. He's a little bit of a he's our generation, a little bit younger, but really our generation. So he's some kind of 80s. He's a child of postmodern academia. And so he's heard somewhere that like Marxism is totalizing,
Right.
you know, and totalitarian and totalizing. And so he might think that like Marxists think that they have an answer for everything, and they've got a whole like social engineering experiment to apply to every aspect of life. And I would say, well, no, of course, that's exactly what Marxism isn't, right? Marxism will say that all aspects of life are being drawn into the problem of capitalism. But that doesn't mean that we have a position and an answer on all of that, right?
Right.
You know, but he was kind of running down the list. He's like, oh, you know, Marxists want to control like our gender, our sexuality, our economic choices, our political choices, right? They think, you know, they want to manipulate everything. You know, they want to manipulate our racial identity.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
No, and look, and you and I are on the same page on this. Like, Marxism is a part of the overall project for freedom.
Yeah,
that's what Marxism is.
Right.
But back to the question of Ukraine,
right.
I just think that we could risk saying it's better not to be put in a position overall of the risk of a nuclear attack being in, you know, rising above the level of.
You know, you sent me that question. You just sent me that question about, you know, my denying that it was going to happen, because, you know, I invoked like Condoleezza Rice, like we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud,
right.
And I said, well, of course we knew that was never going to happen.
Yeah, but that was back in Iraq, right? That wasn't today.
Well, you know, that was Saddam might have secretly had a nuclear weapon. He might have gotten it from AQ Khan or from North Korea or wherever.
Yeah, but there was no. I mean, we know how many.
Maybe the Chechens had gotten their hands on some Russian. You know, I've seen my Tom Clancy movies, and maybe they had smuggled it to Iraq. You know, I'm not in a position to know. Are you in a position to know, Doug, that there's definitely no chance that they have a nuclear weapon? What I'm saying here is,
I was comfortable saying there was no chance that Saddam Hussein had a nuclear weapon.
I thought they might have found some biological and chemical weapons. I was pretty sure there was going to be no nuclear weapons, but I thought they were going to turn up some weapons of mass destruction. Do you remember?
I'm a liberal, you know. I'm a terrible liberal. I knew that the weapons inspectors had gone in, and that they hadn't found a damn thing.
Well, then why did Saddam say that they couldn't come in? What did he have to hide?
Because,
and I'm like, it turned out he had to hide the fact that he didn't have any.
Right, exactly, because he couldn't. He didn't want to be humiliated.
Well, it's more than humiliation, you know, because if Iran knows that he's got no weapons of mass destruction, guess what happened?
Right. Yeah.
Then they invade because they have a huge population advantage, and they're willing to like. They showed already through their 8-year war that they were willing to have like many more people die on their side to conquer Iraq. Right. Turns out they could use the U.S. to conquer Iraq better.
So Abby just came into the back room, so I'm going to say to Abby, John Bunch will be here soon. We're at the hour. We're going to switch over and we'll bring you on. But I wanted to just say, like, when it comes to nuclear.
So how can I tell you this? How can I tell you it's not going to happen now? Did you hear that Putin this week, recently, like maybe in the last couple of days, said definitely not going to use nuclear weapons?
No, I didn't hear that. Well, now I believe. Now that sets my mind at ease. But
I'm like, I could have told you that already. Like, come on. Do you know what I mean? Like, in other words, I looked at all the Russian rhetoric. And the Russian rhetoric was something like, you know, there's a danger. And then the US was saying, oh, they're threatening. And I'm like, no, there clearly is a danger. And I don't know if you know that Zelensky said, you know, the West has to preemptively nuke Russia. Zelensky actually did say that in a public pronouncement. He's like, you know, we can't trust the Russians. And so the West might have to preemptively nuke Russia to prevent them from using nukes. And so I feel like, of course, that means that Putin has to come out and say, we are not going to use nukes. Right? I mean, I don't think that the U.S. was getting ready for any preemptive use of nukes anyway.
No.
But you know, it's kind of like, where does that fit into the strategic calculus? Because the U.S. has contemplated preemptive use of nukes before. They have.
Oh yeah, I know. And so has Russia. You know, and so is.
I don't know if there's anything documented about that. You know, the old Soviet Union always had a defensive posture on this. The U.S. always had an aggressive posture on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have read
Mm-hmm.
that the Russian policy around the use of nuclear weapons was altered in the last half decade or so to be used to protect the sovereignty of Russia rather than merely in response to a nuclear attack. That's
Yes,
something I've read.
that's
Now,
true.
whether that's wartime propaganda or not, I don't know.
No, that's not wartime propaganda. I think that is a warning, and I think that comes out
and
of
when they annexed parts of Ukraine and
Right.
made them Russian
Right.
territory,
Right.
I worried about the potential use of nuclear weapons as a logical
Well,
consequence.
they want the West to think twice
right
about encouraging Ukraine to reconquer those territories.
I'm just very uncomfortable in having a situation where, as what I'm talking about.
Of course, you're uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's brinksmanship, and we're the hostages.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So I think that
How has that changed? We've always been the hostages, Doug.
But yeah, but we weren't hostage like before. We were hostages with our kids could be sent off to die. Now we're hostages.
I mean, in our lifetime, you and I were hostages. Like we were in the Cold War era.
Oh yeah, that's true. Right.
We've been hostages before.
Well, look, I remember. I remember. I did not like it.
Frankly, more credibly than now.
I don't know.
Reagan was being very aggressive.
I know he was, but
very aggressive. Star Wars,
right? I know. I remember.
Very provocative. He put intermediate weapons in Europe for the first time. Missiles. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was a big deal.
I just also remember that there was a policy. I didn't really think it was very helpful at the time. It didn't reassure me at all at the time. But looking back on it, I think, well, you're talking about two relatively secure nation states with a policy of mutually assured destruction, where the brinkmanship was institutionalized.
When Reagan was doing that,
toward the end of the Soviet Union.
Towards the end of the Soviet Union, but also in the early 80s. And that was a time of great political instability in the Soviet Union. They had like a succession of leaders who were very old and died. And, it was like after between Brezhnev and Gorbachev, there was a rapid succession of leaders. And so talk about a dangerous time to be doing that. I mean, Reagan took a risk. And, he even said that, I mean, it's kooky, isn't it? He was like, until he saw the movie the day after, he didn't realize the danger of nuclear war. So he like pushed, and then he saw that movie and he's like, oh shit, we have to make peace.
Right. I mean, that sounds like a just so story that he told America, but
no, I think personally, that was Ronald Reagan's personal experience, which is kind of nuts. Now, of course, the staff under him, right? But the staff under him, I mean, we're talking about fucking Rand Corporation type people who are just like, talk about blinkered. They're just doing like wargaming theory. Like they're just like, how can we nuke and survive? And how much do you have to nuke in the first wave? And how much do you nuke in the second wave? And how do you escalate your nuclear response? I mean, these people are fucking nuts.
Right, I know.
Dr. Strangelove, there was a whole like industry that was Dr. Strangelove. Do you know? Right. And and like I said, I mean, the U.S. I mean, I guess I'll fall back on some old hoary leftism. I do believe the U.S. was more aggressive in the Cold War than the Soviet Union was. I do believe that. I do believe that generally the Soviet Union was defensive, and I would dare say that's true of Russia and China today. Still,
you think that the United States is more aggressive?
Yes, I think that they have weapons for self-defense. I think the U.S., is like forward deployed around these countries. I mean, it's about like, like war in Taiwan, war in Ukraine. It's not about war in Canada and war in Mexico.
Right.
Right.
Right. I agree with you, but nonetheless, my point is that we could try to explain the reason all these questions, which I haven't gotten to completely asking. It's okay. I had my moment of asking you those questions when I sent them to you.
I mean, I was aiming at something in that article where basically I was trying to be deflationary. And I think one of the dudes, one of the Alf Habunga Bunga people wrote a tweet complaining about my article where he thought that my article was depressed and lazy. And I'm like, because basically he wanted me to say something like sharper, more insightful. Whereas I was saying, look away from the spectacle. There's nothing here, right? I was trying to be deflationary because I was afraid that the left would get very exercised over it. And, and I would say that there has been, to some degree, not to a great degree, but there has been some passion on the left. Like there is a pro-Russia left and there's a pro-Ukraine left. And what's interesting to me, I saw right away that like DSA Jacobin, which I consider to be the main phenomenon on the left, was a kind of tempered, sober, even-handed response while being critical of U.S. policy. And, and I think that that's a kind of like a well-considered position for them. I don't think that they're just being equivocal. I don't think that they're abstaining from taking a position because they've been attacked for like, which side are you on? And I'm like, no, their approach is actually the rational approach. Well, at the same time, I'm not entirely happy with it because I know that behind that sobriety is also a bad motive, which is they don't want to run afoul of the Democrats.
But I feel as though, okay, look, recently the Progressive Caucus in the House,
right?
They put for a letter to Biden saying we support,
everything. We support everything. Yeah.
But
maybe you could talk.
Yeah, right.
And it's like traitor.
Well, I feel like that is stronger in a way than what you're recommending here, to just look away. Because I feel like at least the left could be doing is saying,
no, that's their
business, in the interest of all workers to.
No. It's their business. This is really, we have to understand we're the slaves, and that's the Senate. Like we're the slaves of Rome, and those are the senators of Rome, including the congressmen, AOC, and whoever. Meaning they're the Olympian gods are having their discussion over what to do, and us plebes down here just have to suffer the consequences, right? And because seriously, I do think that if you're a member of Congress, if you're a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives, of course you have to have a position on the Ukraine policy. Now, a socialist party, a real socialist party, might elect people to those positions, and they would be extremely frustrating for the other capitalist politicians because they would say no to everything. They wouldn't say yes, but they would say no. We have no faith in you negotiating a peace. We have no faith in you funding this or that. Like, we vote no. Don't fund this. Don't fund that. No. And you don't speak on our behalf, right? We do not trust you to negotiate in the interests of the American working class. Of course not. We would never accept that. We shouldn't accept it now.
All right, I'll think about that, Chris. I mean, that.
No, in all seriousness, because I was asked by Edwin Aponte when he was at Compact Magazine to sign their statement on the Ukraine war, and I refused. And they had a kind of a very tempered, the U.S. should negotiate, not get involved. And I said to them, I can't sign the statement. Would you publish a short thing by me explaining why I refused to sign? And I said, and they didn't. They refused to do that because it didn't really fit the format of their journal. They don't really have a place for that. But I said in that statement, I don't trust these people to do the right thing at all, ever, right? I'm an intransigent oppositionist. I do not expect any of them to be acting in my interest.
So let me ask you a final question. And
right.
In 2000, when was it? 2002, 2003, or 2006, maybe when you were lining up with and becoming a part of the anti-war movement in the United States, and which really had come swept across the world, where people were out in the streets protesting, saying "not in our name," trying to stop or the invasion of Iraq before it happened, or afterwards trying to get a withdrawal or some sort of retreat by the U.S. state. What was your position then on the war in Iraq, and was it different then than it is on towards Ukraine now? And if so, why? Why could you oppose the invasion of Iraq but not push for peaceful negotiations? And what's the difference there between saying we oppose this war and we oppose the continuation of the war in Ukraine?
Right. So I'd even go back to Afghanistan. Right. So obviously, I did not have like a defensist position with respect to the Taliban or Al Qaeda. But I also had no expectations of anything good coming out of the U.S. invading Afghanistan. That's also true of the invasion of Iraq. But, like the U.S. was attacked on 9/11, I suppose. In other words, there's always the 9/11 truthers. There's always, within the realm of possibility, who knows, maybe the Zionists and the CIA did blow up the World Trade Center themselves. No.
I've heard that it was aliens that did it, but nonetheless, go on.
Well, yeah, it might have been aliens, but you'd think that the aliens would be capable of a great deal more than that. But so let's say that it's Al Qaeda and the Taliban let them do it, and so the U.S. goes after them. I remember, I actually wrote on this when the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan. I wrote an article on 20 and 40 years about the Soviet invasion and the U.S. invasion. And I went down the list of the different leftist positions. And, so anyway, I didn't expect anything good to come of it. And therefore, of course, I didn't support it. And, did I oppose it? Well, sure. However, how was I going to oppose it? Right? What does opposing it mean? Because
back then it meant organizing to get people into the streets, maybe blocking roads.
I was very sympathetic. I was very sympathetic to that kind of anti-war demonstration, but I was also very much aware that it is almost impossible to do that without promoting the Democrats against the Republicans, since it was George W. Bush. And I think that he got some kind of a mandate in the midterm election in 2002 to like continue the war on terror. And, and I kind of feel like this was, a pressure tactic and also an attempt to, obviously in bourgeois politics and in capitalist politics, we fools out here are a little bit shock troops in reserve for the capitalist parties, and they keep their options open, right? So, like, they support the war, they oppose the war. Like, the Democrats were out of power. They kind of supported the war, but also criticized it. And they kept in reserve the possibility of opposing the war. Meaning, if shit goes down, if the war goes really badly, then they can always say, I told you so.
Right.
And
which is what they did, basically.
Is what they did. And, so we'd have to be careful. So, of course, I didn't want to be on the side of Al Qaeda and the Taliban. Of course, because I'm just thinking the poor people of Afghanistan who have to deal with these motherfuckers, like the people of Afghanistan who have to deal with the Taliban and Al Qaeda, and now have to deal with the bombs falling from the U.S. and NATO. Like this is the real tragedy. So I don't want to support the Taliban and Al Qaeda. I don't want to be a bourgeois defeatist either. In other words, I don't want to be like against the U.S. military adventure because it will benefit the opposition party, the Democrats.
Right.
So it's very tricky, right?
We've got
super tricky.
We got people in the green room waiting to come on.
I was opposed, but the question is, I thought, and again, I feel like we're kind of off the hook, meaning there is no socialist movement. So we are free, therefore, to ask the question. Oppose, yes, but how?
Yeah. Okay.
And how do we want to be in a position to oppose in the future?
You have to come back on, if you will, because we have to get to these people here. But look, talking to you about this, obviously you gave me a lot. You caused me to pause. And I'm with you. I do not want to turn this into a re-election campaign for the Democrats, nor do I want it to turn
I'm
into
sympathetic to the people in Russia and Ukraine who have to deal with this shit, who have to deal with Putin and Zelensky and the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. And, of course, I'm happy to see the draft age young men fleeing Russia in the face of conscription. I would be happy to see that also on the Ukrainian side. I would. Because I don't expect anything good to come of this.
Right. I agree with you. All right. So we got the Reverend Dr. John Milton Bunch. We've got Jack. We've got Abby from Political Psych. And we've got a little why the leftist vision failed, a Halloween horror hour of leftist terror and dread.
Oh boy.
Yeah. With that, John, I turn this over to you. Could you hear me, John? Did you hear me? You're on. John Milton Bunch. Oh, you're not on because you're not. We can't hear you. Everyone, Jack and Abby, say hello and see if we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Abby. I can hear you, Jack. John Bunch, as is per usual, your microphone is not working at the moment.
How about now?
Oh yeah, it's working now. Perfect. Okay. So do you want me? That's okay. Do you want me to?
Hey, where's Cheslett? He's supposed to be here. Well, all right. That's okay. That's okay. He can come in later. He can be slack.
I'm trying to figure out how to. There we go. So like this. This is. Do you want this left like this, John?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay.
The title is a little bit salacious, a little bit. What can you say? Because I started going down this road, but then decided to pull it back a little, do something a little more lighthearted. So jabs at leftist dogma will be more subtle. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask the panel here a series of questions. We're going to have them introduce themselves. And I'm going to ask the panel here a series of questions. Got a question on each slide. Each of them, all right, is going to just answer it. Give an answer, honest answer, whatever they want, whatever they feel like. And then I'm going to tell them if they're right or wrong and give the right answer.
So let me, before you start that, I just want to ask, can you change the layout for yourself if you want to, or can you change, or do I need to stick around to do that for you?
I do not seem to have any control over layout.
So I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to go get some more coffee. I'll come back and I'll be in the background and I'll be paying attention. I'll change the layout for you when you need me to.
All right. Cool.
Right.
So, all right. So we've got on the Sublation Horror Hour, we've got Jack and we've got Abby from Political Psych with Abby. So, Jack, tell us about yourself. Who are you? What's your interest in politics, philosophy, and so on?
Hello, I'm Jack. I'm a philosophy major, and I'm mostly interested in like ethics and metaethics and analytic philosophy and stuff. So all this sort of politics and psychoanalysis and continental stuff is all sort of a bit foreign to me.
It's foreign to everybody.
Yeah. But hopefully I'll be able to say something not stupid.
All right. And Abby, tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm Abby. I run a YouTube channel called Political Psych with Abby. I have a master's degree in political psychology, and I currently work as a research assistant in addition to running the YouTube channel. And the whole channel is basically just designed to be interesting and to provide insights from political psychology that might be useful to activists for good causes.
All right. Very good. Excellent. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. All right. We are gonna start by, I'm gonna ask you a question. First, how should society, these are all gonna be questions, kind of simple questions that sort of cut to the core of political philosophy and things like that. So most people would expose a leftward lean or a rightward lean based on their answer to these questions. You don't have to fall on either side, and you can invent your own side. So your answers to these can be anything. So, Jack, tell me, how should society view the individual? What is the nature of the individual from the perspective of society?
I have no idea. I'm not sure what you mean. Can you specify the question a bit more?
Yeah, that's kind of a vague question, isn't it?
Mm.
So in other words, if you were, let's say, if you were engaged in the process of crafting a form for society, crafting a system through which individuals in a society exchange things or produce things, how should that society, in crafting that system, perceive the individual? In other words, is the individual an entity that exists to further the goals of the society? Is the society an entity that exists to further the agency or to further the benefit of the individual? Is it some combination of the two, or is that just not the right way to look at it?
Well, I suppose I suppose I would just look at this in a fairly contractarian way. Like, the society just exists for the sake of, the mutual agreement of everybody involved in the society. So no, I mean, like you asking me if, is the society there for the benefit of the individuals, or are the individuals there for the benefit of the society? Is that right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, essentially, yes. Answer that question.
Well, then I would say that obviously the society exists for the benefit of the individuals.
Okay, Abby.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think because my training is primarily as a social psychologist, is that I sort of see the individual and the society as like fundamentally connected, if that makes sense. Like I really see it as neither can really exist without the other, if that makes sense. So I see sort of both. I know that's a cop-out answer, but society existing for the benefit of the individual and the individual existing for the benefit of society. And I also think that it's important to keep in mind that benefiting society also benefits the individual on like a psychological level in a lot of cases, right? Like helping other people, being kind, that kind of thing tends to make people feel better, right? And I think in many cases it actually also makes them healthier. So I do see those things as like very, very intertwined. Sorry, I'm maybe not the best at the most philosophical questions. One of the worst grades I ever got was on an essay where we had to define a human.
Because those questions are hard or impossible to answer.
Yeah.
So, all right, very good. All right, so both of you are, Jack, I think, is most right. Here's the correct answer. The individual is an autonomous entity whose needs are served by society. That's the correct answer. It's not necessarily the leftist answer, but it's the correct answer.
What is autonomy?
It means the individual exists as its own separate, self-sufficient entity that society exists to serve.
What do you mean self-sufficient?
Meaning that, I mean, it's dependent. I was going to say, I'm going to punt on that question because it's going to require too much. It's going to require too much of an explanation. And we have other things. This is the answer. Write it down. All right. Abortion. What should the law be?
I literally just did a video on the psychology of abortion, of the abortion issue. Yeah. Of course, that was primarily geared at like trying to get at the psychology of people who are opposed to abortion in all cases, which is obviously not what I think the law should be. I mean, I generally take a pretty strong pro-choice stance. I would say, yeah. I mean, people who are anti-choice will, right, of course, ask like, what about someone who's like 8 months pregnant? I'm like, that's a really like very theoretical question, right? And I kind of think that giving it time is a little beside the point, if that makes sense.
It's very, yeah. Jack, what do you think?
I'll just preface this by saying that I'm mostly interested in like the meta-ethical problems. So my views about these like applied ethical issues, like I have opinions on them, but they're not like the most informed. And I'm probably going to say something that's stupid, but
nothing stupid. I'll tell you what's stupid.
Right.
I'll tell you what's stupid. Anyway, go ahead, Jack.
Well, I mean, I feel like saying it's always permissible or it's always impermissible, or obviously both incorrect. I mean, I don't know. The debate over the legality of it seems to me kind of stupid because most abortions happen at a very early stage in the pregnancy, in which it seems pretty clear that the fetus is not conscious at all. And I'm like very confused why we should give any moral consideration to a non-conscious being outside of its relation to us. So yeah, I mean, I feel like that just kind of solves the problem for the vast majority of abortion cases. And issues like, I mean, there are a bunch of abortion cases that we can stipulate, in which case it seems like it might be wrong. Like if the baby is like about to be born in 5 minutes and we just kill them for our convenience, then okay, yeah, maybe that's wrong. And maybe like very, very late term abortion should be outlawed in some cases. Even then, though, it's like, well, I mean, if the child's going to die of a horrible disease, then it seems like it's permissible. So it's like, even then, it's not clear that it should be like totally outlawed or is totally morally impermissible. So
Yeah, I think it's really important to pay attention to the fact that like a lot of the anti-choice stance, they'll claim that it's really about, about the fetus they will position as a baby, right? But a lot of what I've found from like researching the issue and a lot of what's been found in the literature and that kind of thing is that a lot of it is about attitudes towards women and people carrying the fetus, and that it is often stemming from really a desire to control women, right? So I think it's really important to keep in mind, right, that it's not like that. A lot of the time the supposedly pro-life side will have all of their rhetoric couched in the concept of babies, right? Because no one wants to kill babies. That's, yeah. But like a lot of the time you can find very, very strong connections between someone's level of both benevolent and hostile sexism and their opposition to abortion, even stronger than their general like political orientation or religious stances.
Yep. Okay. Here's the correct answer. From the state's perspective, a woman, like everybody else, has complete autonomy over their body. There should be an unrestricted right to abortion. End of discussion. Period. Late-term abortions, while ugly, sorry, they have to be allowed.
Okay,
I find it ugly, has to be allowed.
I think this. I hate this answer. And so that just seems to me really ridiculous because it's sort of because the right winger is just going to say, look, it's not their body, it's someone else's body.
Yeah, well, I'm not concerned about what the right winger says. The right winger, first, another principle everyone needs to internalize is that people do not make political decisions based on logic and reason. They don't. there is no right-wing rationale for restriction on abortion. It's about controlling women, like Abby said. I mean, that's ultimately what it is, right? I mean, women's sexual right-wingers fear female sexuality above all else. I mean, it is a frightening, uncontrollable, anxiety-provoking force of nature to the right-winger, and it has to be controlled. I mean, sexuality must be predictable. You can't have boys dressed as girls, girls dressed as boys, boys liking boys, girls liking boys. Can't do that stuff, right? Sexuality must be predictable. Otherwise, it's threatening. And women's sexuality must be controlled, right? The fact that God has put this baby into the woman, therefore the woman must be subservient to that fateful event. So, period. So that's the answer. Capital punishment, ever, never, and why?
I'm generally opposed, but I don't really think that I have any reason that my position on that should be taken any more strongly than anyone else's, if that makes sense, right? Like it's not an issue I consider myself to have expertise on, but I am generally opposed to capital punishment on a personal level.
Well, I mean, it depends on the case. Like, I mean, we can adopt a general rule that would be almost always right, that disallows capital punishment always. But I mean, you can stipulate a case in which case it seems like clearly we should do it because it'll save like 1 billion people or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. It might be useful to adopt a principle that always disallows it, but no, I mean, sometimes it is perhaps principle.
Here's the correct answer. State cannot take the life of a citizen under any condition. It's not that some people don't deserve the death penalty. It's not an ethical, it has nothing to do with the ethics of punishment for the crime. Certainly, and the way that the death penalty is delivered in the U.S., there are, innocent people who are convicted. That's an issue. But even if all the people who receive the death penalty were in fact guilty, it's only applied to the worst. I mean, it's only applied to people who commit capital murder. So it's not like you've got a very sympathetic audience of people to save. But nonetheless, on principle, state cannot take the life of a citizen, period. Biological determinism. Now, getting to the heart of leftism. And there are probably people out there watching right now starting to squirm at this term. So, are at least some of our emotions, thoughts, and behaviors driven by biological forces beyond our control?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, yes. Weirdly, it doesn't bother me, but yeah.
What do you mean control?
I mean, when you act in a certain way, act includes speaking, right? Any behavior. When you act in a certain way, part of that act is something you may have consciously thought about, words that you said you may have consciously thought about, but ultimately, those conscious thoughts, the entire space of consciousness, ultimately is impacted by emotional processing and other kinds of processing that happen prior to consciousness. So in other words, well, I'm getting into the correct answer, which I don't really want to do, but the idea being that you can't have a thought that you are completely in control of. In other words, all of consciousness is driven, all of consciousness is driven, at least not all, not, I mean, perhaps not all, that's an overstatement, at least some of, right, consciousness is driven by physiological factors beyond our control. And look at it's Phil Cheslett has joined us. Can you hear? You got something messed up there. Turn your mic.
Hey Phil, do you want to put on some headphones or earbuds? Phil, we can hear. I can hear me, but you can't hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah,
Put on some earbuds if you can, or just when you talk, remember to unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Oh,
good to see you again, Phil. It's been a long time.
All right. So Phil is our Lacanian sacrifice, and his intellectual background different than Jack, different than Abby, and interested to see what his take is on this. What we're doing, Phil, is I'm asking the panel a series of questions. Each person is just giving their off-the-cuff answer, and then I'm following up with the correct answer and tell everyone if they are right or wrong and what the right answer is. So we're starting here. This is a good one to start with. Good one to bring you in on. Biological determinism. Are at least some of our emotions, thoughts, and behaviors driven by biological forces beyond our control, and awareness could add that too. So Jack, hopefully that gives you enough of a...
Well, I'm willing to accept that determinism is true, but if you're trying to get at the point that this means that we aren't free, then I'm going to have to...
I'm not really making a free will argument.
Okay.
But that's kind of a different discussion. I'm really just asking the question.
Okay. Well, then I'll accept determinism.
I was also going to say that I think it's sort of, at least I don't think that it's necessarily a good idea to completely separate the self from one's own biology, if that makes sense, right? Like, I mean, I don't want to get into whether or not the soul exists here, right? But
no, it doesn't. So.
But to some extent, we are our brains and our hormones and our biology and the whole thing, right? And that's kind of a crazy thing to realize. And like, I don't know, you probably don't want to spend all your time thinking about it because it's kind of staring into the void, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Phil, what's your opinion on that?
Well, we're not biological. So we start with biology, don't we? I think that's the best approach. If you're talking that we're not biological, then you're making a strange argument for me. It's about biology. We're speaking beings. For Lacan, he thinks we're parasited by language. He thinks we're deliverers of memes, So yeah, we're biological, all right, no doubt about it. As for determinism, it's an open question, isn't it? Because you've got everything involved: past, future, present. What are we doing? Are we making a mess of things? Were we supposed to make a mess of things? These are good questions, John. I'll go along with that.
I'm trying to get at things that kind of strike at the heart of a person's approach to politics and all that. So all right, so here's the correct answer. All right, yes. So while learning and environment play a role, maybe the largest role, conscious thoughts, our actions, everything else, driven at least in part by physiological processes, including genetics. There's a biological component to everything you say and do. You cannot escape it. Explain the rise of Trump.
Phil, did you want to explain the rise of Trump?
Enjoyment. People are enjoying the spectacle of him, I think. You mean as opposed to the non-rise of Trump? He's already happened. So explaining him is like explaining everything. Sorry to be whatever that inscrutable about it, but that is the case. You know that he rose. There's just no. You can say as opposed to what, you know.
As opposed to a politician who didn't threaten the status quo in the way Trump did and continues to.
Well, I was going to say, first of all, I agree with Phil about the concept of enjoyment and people wanting something that they can sort of find fun in, and to some extent community too. I think that, you know, Trump and his ilk will constantly be complaining about identity politics, but it is definitely identity politics, if you get what I mean, right? And I think it, you know, it gave some people some sense of belonging. I think it's also important to realize, right, that like, it's not, I think a trap that I felt into a fair amount very early on in the, you know, Trump presidency was to conceptualize him as completely different than all Republicans that had come before. And that's something that I don't really think is necessarily like, you know, the right thing to do. What I was going to say is like, I feel like there's a lot of different factors that explain or contribute to the rise of Trump and others like Trump. Like fully probably half the concepts I learned during my master's, I could be like, oh yeah, this probably contributed to the rise of Trump. But in the short answer, I would say a lot of it is the identity thing. And, you know, that he sort of embodies an identity that a lot of his followers would like to have. I think part of it is there's a tendency, some people have a higher preference for social dominance. They have a social dominance orientation. They want, essentially they want the world to be quite hierarchical. Yeah, I think one of the biggest revelations for me from studying political psychology is to realize that like not everyone actually wants the same things, right? Not
Amen.
everyone.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah, not everyone. Unfortunately, you know, not everyone wants equality, and that kind of thing. So there is that preference, and the fact that, you know, he was able to tap really into that sort of dominance. The idea of like collective narcissism is really interesting too. The idea of like wounded ego on a large scale and him coming off as like protective of that. And that people would sort of buy into his movement because of that. So you get like nationalistic collective narcissism there. And then what's also really interesting is someone, I can't remember exactly who was mentioning the status quo, but I think part of it is part of his rise can come into the fact that a lot of conservatives do tend to sort of have a very strong status quo bias, a very strong fear of chaos or change. And a lot of people saw the country before Trump as changing, and they went kind of crazy because of that, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, and then of course, massive racism that he tapped into. Massive racism.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I'm not going to. It's mostly on the right track. I think it adds a lot to what I'm going to explain as the correct answer, but I like it. Jack, what are your thoughts?
I think Phil was right in that it's enjoyment. I was
not become a Lacanian. You're not allowed to go down that dark road.
I was seriously considering voting for Trump just for the hell of it. Hate Trump, think he's stupid, but would have been a bit of a laugh, I think. Didn't do it in the end, but consciously.
Why do people like Trump? I mean, in your opinion, why did so many people? What is it about him that attracts his followers? You know many. We have some in our family, not our immediate family, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's just generally the kind of stuff that Abby was talking about, the general sort of racist tendencies, and just you know, and I suppose it's just getting caught up in certain kinds of rhetoric for whatever reason. It partly has to do with what your parents believed and what people around you believed and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not like a scientist, so I'm not sure if I'll.
No, that's good. That's cool. All right.
That.
I'll tell you, here's the correct answer. All right. It's kind of a long answer. Okay. So I'm gonna have to talk everyone through it. Okay. So Walter Lippmann, who was perhaps the single most accurate theorist of politics in the information age, you may not be familiar with him. Not enough people. Chomsky got his idea, manufactured consent, as a reaction to Lippmann. Anyway, so the idea here, and I think this explains political and media culture throughout the 20th century. The idea here is that you have, and this is sort of from Lippmann, the great masses of people, the great masses of workers are simply too busy working, too busy in their own life. They just aren't going to put forth the effort that is required to learn enough about the world to make political decisions that are coherent. And it would be up to a kind of educated elite to manufacture the consent of the masses in a way that would benefit the masses, right? So that you've got this sort of idea of, this educated elite who works for the benefit of everyone, the masses. But in order to do that, they've got to, through media, create a narrative that causes the masses to make the right political decisions, right? And I think that more or less worked for most of the 20th century when you had centralized media in the form of big city newspapers that would, and the way newspapers worked was, they're hardly around today, but, in the heyday of the newspaper, you had a wire service and allowed stories to be transmitted electronically from one big city press to the next. So, it was possible for news and so on to travel electronically, right? That's been the case, what began in at least the 1910s or 20s. But anyway, media was always delivered in a monologue kind of non-interactive way. There's always someone there to curate the information made available to the masses in a way that would manufacture consent. Now, it was not, there's fights over what should be manufactured and et cetera, et cetera. That's more or less the way it worked. Now, when the internet comes around, the masses now have a way bypassing that, right? And the natural tendency people have is to, avoid putting forth cognitive effort to do things beyond a kind of minimal pattern of living space. So, in other words, the vast majority of people are never, under any circumstances, going to put forth the cognitive effort required to actively participate in a democracy. So if there's not someone there to manufacture their consent for some kind of ongoing status quo type program that provides some level of social organization that at least provides some kind of minimal structure in which the masses can exist. In the absence of that, and in the, when we have social media and electronic information environment in which people can construct a model of information around themselves, people do that. That's the way people do, right? People choose posts, they choose social media, they choose TV to watch, radio to listen to, based on the extent to which it reinforces already existing beliefs and, and builds out already existing beliefs in a way that's emotionally appealing. Real learning is emotionally taxing, right? Real learning requires cognitive work. People are averse to that. So what we have now, so Trump was able to, using direct to consumer tools like Twitter, Trump was able to construct an appealing narrative using simple language, using these simple visual metaphors to symbolize what otherwise would be considered complex problems, right? Foreign policy, build a wall, right? Big visual metaphor, build a wall, right? That's easy to understand, right? Problems with Islamic extremism, ban the Muslims till we can figure out what's happening, right? It's easy to look at the person who's different and say they're not following our rules, they're not following their rules. That's upsetting, the natural hierarchical order of things. And Trump plays the role of the, in George Lakoff's terms, the strict father, right? So that's it, right? So that's what we get. So in an information environment where you have uncurated information for the masses will create a Trump. That's the answer. It's ugly. Not going to like it, but that's the answer. And until we can deal with that and create a better narrative, Trump is what you're going to get. New question. Who are the proletariat?
Well, I'll go. It's the third world. That would be what I'd say. And the third world is in the first world, so they're not being listened to. Class, I would say, in short. John, let somebody else have a crack at that one.
We need a good Marxist in here. So, yeah. So the proletariat. What are your thoughts, Jack?
I've got no idea.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have an original answer to this, to be honest with you.
Abby, you want to give it a shot?
No. I will admit to not having a very good grounding.
Here's Doug. Doug will tell us. Doug's a fundamentalist Marxist. It is a very near medieval religion.
Yeah.
But it's
the proletariat is the working class when organized to struggle for socialism. There may not be a proletariat right now. If you want to just be more flat-footed about it, the proletariat is the working class, period. The people who are
driving at.
Yeah.
So a proletariat, all right, is working class. All right, so here's the correct answer. Pretty sure they're the ones at the Trump rallies.
Sorry, there's I don't debate people, but there is some data to indicate that a lot of the time the average yearly incomes for Trump voters are higher than other voters, not lower. Maybe that's an overly mathematical answer, but I do think it's a really important thing to keep in mind. Also, I've met several Trump supporters who are greedy and filthy rich.
Yes. No. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
But do those people go to Trump rallies? I mean, I think the point was that the phenomenon of Trump, the people who go to give him his energy, the reason why he won in 2016 was because he got out working class voters who wouldn't normally have voted at all. But I don't think that every single working class person supports Trump. Certainly not in China. So well, now I'm going to go away. I just can't help it. You asked this kind of question.
No, that's good. Good. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so here's the correct answer. All right. Now, if you okay. Who supports Trump and why? Okay, working class supports Trump because Trump offers a vision of the world they understand. From Phil's perspective, I'm going back to proletariat who and why I would say working class are Trump supporters. From Phil's perspective, if we look at it, from a global capitalist perspective, he's right. There may not be any proletariat in America, right? But I think if we look at it from an internal perspective, then, if we want to call the proletariat the working class, which is what I would say, the definition I would tend to use, then, the working class by and large supports Trump. Now, certainly there are counterexamples. Certainly there are wealthy people who support Trump, right? And certainly there are working class people who do not support Trump. However, when you look at like the Pew data that came out within the past several months that did demographic studies of Trump supporters in addition to interviews and things like that, what you find is that, especially among white people, which most Trump supporters are white, Trump supporters have a lower education level, tend to live in rural areas, and tend to work jobs that are lower on the job hierarchy than non-Trump supporters. Certainly there are counterexamples, but that's what the data generally indicates. And the reason, again, is because another interesting thing, all right, and this is what goes to personality issues, and that is there's even a suggestion in the data that among Trump supporters who have college degrees, many of them have technical degrees. So that kind of supports, you have sort of look, you can't draw too much of a conclusion off that, but it kind of supports the idea that, people have different tendencies, propensities for creating mental or cognitive models of the world. And the cognitive models created by conservatives tend to be less, they tend to have less systemic modes of causation than those preferred by people who are more left of center. And because of that, that Trump message is appealing, and Trump offers that vision of the world that they understand, right? You've got someone that struggles with systemic versus direct causation. This is why things like evolution just don't make any sense. Global warming doesn't make any sense. If there's not a direct causative, if there's not a cause and effect relationship between directly related variables, it's hard for, comes from Lakoff, right? It's more difficult for conservatives to wrap their head around it. So things like evolution, global warming, these sorts of things, complex global economic forces, these sorts of things don't make any sense, right? Trump presents a vision of the world where they don't have to. They don't have to worry about these highfalutin, smarty pants liberals with their books and all this kind of stuff. It's it's build a wall. That'll fix that'll fix the history of the American war on drugs and the narco states in South America. That'll fix CIA involvement in South American democracies. That'll fix the plethora of other geopolitical problems that cause poor immigrants to travel for many hundreds of miles to try to sneak across the border into Texas, right? So if you just build a wall, you fix all that. Ban Muslims, you fix problems with Muslim extremism, right? So and now, of course, it's the left, right? It's the left is according to Trump according to Trump, problems in America are because of the left, right? Democrats are evil. I think he said that in a rally the other day. Vision of the world people understand, comfortable with it, makes sense. That's your working class. Most important political social work of the 20th century. Jack, what do you think?
Well, I would say the animal rights movement, but that's probably going to be quite controversial. Yeah, I think one of the most important books published in the 20th century was Animal Liberation and everything that caused. Yeah, so probably that.
All right, Abby.
Oh, I don't think I'd have an answer here. I mean, I can tell you that like a lot of the stuff that's most relevant to like what I've studied is like the work of Skinner and that kind of thing. But like I wouldn't at all say that it's the most important of the 20th century. It's just the most relevant to what I study. I do also want to say that while I agree with your characterization that Trump appeals to more simplistic thinkers, I do think that specifically choosing to categorize the working class that way is maybe not the best approach and perhaps a bit condescending.
Oh, it's definitely condescending and a little arrogant. fully cop to that. But that doesn't mean it's not accurate. And that's the part that's hard to swallow. Now, I'm playing it up a little bit, Abby. I'm playing it up a little bit. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not really willing to step over the homeless people as I enter the country club just yet. So, but yeah. But I understand what you mean.
Yeah, and I think that the categorization sorry, I was just going to say that like I'm not arguing with you on certain points that I disagree with because that's not the point of this, but I just want everyone to know that like I don't necessarily agree with every answer.
Oh, certainly. No. Hopefully, none of you guys are gonna want to be necessarily associated with my opinions on these things. But everybody should know that who's watching this, right? So I'm not speaking for anyone who appears on this show. I'm speaking for myself, perhaps, but not for anyone else. No, I am telling everyone what the correct answers are, but that doesn't mean they have to believe it. They should believe it. Doesn't mean they will believe it. All right, Phil, what do you think?
Important political social work of the 20th century. Oh, sorry. I'm on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The failure of communism would have to be there because, that is my answer. But with the proviso, yes, communism failed. Perhaps not for some people, Cuba. But it would have to be the idea of taking on capitalism and failing. So that's my answer for you. I imagine you'll agree with me that it failed, if nothing else.
I was thinking more in terms of like a book. I already gave you the right answer. I was thinking more. What about book? Work. Political book.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's your answer is going to be Lippmann. That's fine.
Yes.
I mean, I would say Freud, Lacan, Zizek.
Freud is up there. I'd put Freud up there. I would not put Lacan up there. But to me, Lacan is. I mean, there's L. Ron Hubbard, and then there's Lacan. Yeah, no, I'm just giving Phil a hard time with that one. But all right, but here's the answer: Walter Lippmann, the book Public Opinion. All right, gun control. Why is it so politically polarized in the U.S.? Jack.
That's a really weird one. And it's gotten, at least it seems to me that it's gotten worse.
I think so.
Since I've been alive, it's really, I don't know. It's just like conservatives seem to think that it's like Democrats want to take all of their guns and want them to hand in all of their guns, and they'll defend like the most ridiculous views, like teachers should be armed and stuff like this. So I have no idea why people would be led to have views like that. It's really weird.
But views like what, though?
Like in response to school shootings and stuff, we should arm the teachers. Like that's the answer.
Well, what do you think makes it so polarized? What is it about gun control and guns, gun ownership, civilian gun ownership that seems to be such a button pusher?
I guess guns have become a kind of symbol. You know, sort of like drugs became a symbol at one point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, this is I did a video on this. I'm not necessarily going to tell you to go watch it because it's my second video and it has like terrible sound quality. But one thing that I landed on a lot was fear and fear of a dangerous world, right? Is that a lot of people who are more conservative and also more pro-gun tend to believe that the world is a dangerous place that is out to get them, completely independent of how much danger they are actually in, right? This is why gun ownership is not necessary. Self-defense gun ownership is not actually, you know, higher among groups that are most likely to be targeted for violence, that kind of thing, right? And so I think part of it is, right, is that especially with modern conservative politics and conservative politics in my lifetime, a lot of it is just pushing people's fear buttons, right? And guns are like a way people can feel as if they are protecting themselves and their families without actually having to rely on anyone else, without actually having to be social about it, that kind of thing. And guns are typically not super effective as a protective method, but that does give people almost like a security blanket. Plus, it is really tied into conceptions of masculinity as well. And I think that the right, especially right now, is super concerned with conceptualizations of masculinity. And that includes women on the right as well.
I just want to interject. We've got Margaret Kimberly waiting for us in the wings. So you guys have about 5 more minutes or 4 more minutes now to wrap this up. Hope you don't have a whole bunch more questions.
No. It's all good. All good. This will be the last one. Phil, what do you think? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so originally guns were the equalizer in the West, you know. I think that there's some of that approach there that they equalize. If you've got one man and another, they both have guns. It's maybe a lowest common denominator. I should end my viewpoint there. It's just. If they're available, then everyone should have them. Is the typical outlook for a gun owner. You know, everyone else has got one, then so should I. But of course, we banned them over here. Nobody has a gun in Australia. It worked quite well.
Yeah. Here's the thing about that. I remember when the Port Arthur massacre happened, and Australia just like the entire sort of national attitude towards guns just sort of turned on a dime, it seems like. And they had this turn-in program where, you know, people actually went to who did it? Was it just police, Phil? I just remember seeing videos of people standing in line with guns to turn them in to some authority that was collecting them. You're muted.
You're muting me. Because it was an event, this big shooting, and it shocked everybody, that helped. And you handed your guns in, you filled out a form, and you know, people said at the time, well, the bad guys still have their guns. But okay, then we got rid of a lot of them, though.
And the shooting deaths and whatnot have gone way down. I mean, it's rare now. So you know, it worked.
It did work. And but I think you need an event. I don't want to talk too much, but you know, I think you need some sort of catalyst for this to happen. And even that has gone away because you're having shootings all the time over there. It's really quite a problem, isn't it?
Yep. Here's the answer. Correct answer. Here. All right. It's I think I think the U.S. had a window to implement a European or Australian style gun control back in the 50s and 60s, in the post-World War II, immediately after World War II. But beginning in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, I mean, continuing and just crescendo now, the gun ownership has become this symbol of conservative identity, and it's become this, I call it, it's a religious talisman of Christo-capitalism. You know what I mean? So there can be no Port Arthur style event in America that would change it, and there can be no gun turn-in program. People just wouldn't do it. So I don't know what the solution is. That's the answer. All right. Well, let me thank everybody for participating. We're going to wrap it up here and bring on the next exciting guest. So thanks for participating. And hello, Margaret Kimberly.
Hello, Margaret. All right. So now it's just the two of us on the channel. And
how you doing?
That was an interesting hour with John Bunch. I'm doing all right. John Bunch, if you missed that, but Bunch was asking questions of his audience or of his guests, and then he was telling them what the right answer was. So that was a delight to participate in and to watch. Margaret Kimberly, you are a regular guest. You've been on Diet Soap, I don't know how many times now, but you've been coming on to the podcast that I started in 2009, since around that time, and followed me from there to Zero Books and now to Sublation Media. They were willing to come back. So I want to thank you for coming on to the live stream today. You are the author of Prejudicial, Black America and the Presidents, and the executive editor an executive editor at Black Agenda Report, the one probably. There it is. Yeah. So thanks for coming on. I'm going to unmute you, see if this works here, or you can unmute yourself, I think.
Yeah. Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I've been on the internet on this stream since 9 a.m. off and on. So we're just plugging on with the trying to promote the company, the books that we just had come out. Todd McGowan's book is out today, available. So thank you for coming on and helping us promote ourselves. But I actually I think I sent you some questions ahead of time, because what I want to talk to you about is primarily the situation in Ukraine, but not exclusively. I just had, before John was on, I had Chris Catron of the Platypus Affiliated Society on, and his stance was an interesting one, which was basically, I would sum it up as, I would prefer not to. Like, he would prefer not to be taking sides in the conflict, and he would prefer not to pretend that the left could have a say right now, that we need to organize for socialism first before we can really have any kind of political impact on the current moment. I may be simplifying his position, but yours is certainly different. I would say that you are part of what I would call the anti-war movement. You've been part of the anti-war movement for a long time, and you're an anti-imperialist. So how hard has it been for you lately? I saw that you were described by Mosaic magazine, which describes itself as a magazine of Jewish thought, as I guess sort of like a Putin puppet, or is repeating Putin's talking points. Have you been running into that kind of accusation a lot lately, Margaret?
I have, but I don't care. It's Putin says things that are true. So what if you talking point? I mean, Biden's talking points are nonsensical and very dangerous. So, excuse me, I think actually, if you're uttering a Putin talking point, you're more likely to be correct. The U.S., whenever they want to target a nation, they vilify, they demonize a leader. So Saddam Hussein was worse than Hitler. Saddam Hussein was evil incarnate. Whoever they want to attack is crazy, is a madman. And basically all it means is that person is someone who's in the way of what the U.S. wants to do. And we have to look for ourselves. So what has Putin done? What what has been Russia's trajectory in the more than 20 years since he's been the president. There were like 4 years they had a little caretaker dude, but basically he's been running Russia since New Year's 2000. And, you know, he's a conservative. He's of the right, a constant critic of the Soviet Union, of the Bolsheviks. He always says very negative things about Lenin and so forth. So he's a person on the right. But he is someone who asserts his country's rights, and that means he won't let the U.S. and NATO have their way, and that is a good thing. Now, when we talk about heads of state, when we talk about world leaders, I don't think it's good to say that they're good or bad. You know, if you say anything about Putin that is different from the official establishment narrative, the first question you get is, so you think he's a good guy? No, I don't think he's a good guy. I think it is a good thing that he doesn't let the U.S. do what it wants to do. It's a good thing that he came into Syria and prevented it from being another Libya, that he said the U.S. can't do everything it wants to do in the world. It's unfortunate in Ukraine that there were very, very simple, I think, things that could have been done to prevent this war. Just say Ukraine's not joining NATO. It could still be a U.S. ally, you know, but 8 years, and most importantly, 8 years ago, in 2014, the Obama administration sided with right-wing forces. The coup government drove the elected president out of office. That is the beginning of this human tragedy, this humanitarian disaster for millions of people. And, you know, having made that choice, a color revolution, putting a hostile government in office right next to Russia, a government hostile to many of its own citizens. The Donbass region did not want to be part of this coup regime, and they've been under attack for the past 8 years. People didn't start being killed in February of 2022. I think we have to say that also. And the U.S. wants to get its way, and there's no give, no compromise, no discussion, no diplomacy. And this is really, for lack of a better word, it's just crazy. The U.S. is not going to break up Russia or get rid of Putin. They're not going to diminish China's economic prowess. They're not going to overthrow the government of Iran. These are all fantasies. But these people don't seem to know it. So they instigated this. You know, Biden, I think it was in January, they spent months saying Russia's going to invade, Russia's going to invade. And then Biden, in his inimitable way, he blurts out these, you know, things that smarter presidents don't. He said, well, you know, if it's a little incursion, it's okay. So he kind of gave the game away. They were instigating the Ukrainian government to attack the Donbass and daring Russia to do something, which would have allowed them to sanction Russia, because they thought, remember that, if you sanction Russia, because it's just a gas station masquerading as a country, if you sanction Russian gas and oil, it'll all fall apart. They didn't know what they were talking about, of course. But at any rate, so the U.S. is responsible. Putin called their bluff. And it wasn't a little incursion. Now, since February, they called it a special military operation, which was still a war. There were soldiers, there was fighting, there was killing. It was a war. But now the gloves are off. They called up 300,000 additional men. They are they're shelling of Ukraine day and night. And this, which is terrible. It's really terrible, because none of this had to happen. But for the U.S. to think that they could get away with this is the cause of this problem. And they're doing the same thing to China. They're trying to turn Taiwan into Ukraine. So that's maybe a longer answer than you wanted, but that's
no, that's a fine answer. Yeah,
my
keep going.
feelings, sums up the way I view this crisis. That it and the Europeans, look at them. They're praying for a mild winter because they cut themselves off from the natural gas that they get from Russia, the energy source that makes the most sense, that is the most logical thing. They're on the same continent, right? But the US wants them to buy liquefied natural gas, fracked gas from the US. And now France and Germany, I don't think they're serious about it. They're complaining, oh, the Americans want us to spend a lot. Well, they didn't know that. They're vassal states. They don't stand up for their people. And this is the situation they have found themselves in. They have really, it's like shooting themselves in the foot. And the United States wants the rest of the world to do the same thing. So if any country dares to look after its own interests, so the latest thing is they're mad at Saudi Arabia. They're like, could you pump more oil, please? Because they screwed this up. And now they need another source of oil and gas. They're like, could you pump more oil? And the Saudis were like, no, we hadn't planned to pump more oil because they'd make less money. So all of a sudden, and I have a lot of issues with the Saudi state, a lot. I'm not defending that state as it is, but being friendly with Saudi Arabia was a mainstay, it was a linchpin of U.S. foreign policy for Democrats, for Republicans, always. Saudi Arabia is our friend. And now the Biden administration, in their infinite stupidity, they're going to punish Saudi Arabia. They're not going to sell them weapons, all because they screwed this up. And so this is a very dangerous time. You can't have any confidence in Biden or his foreign policy team. It's incompetence on top of incompetence. It's fantasy foreign policy. And then you have Biden blurting out nuclear Armageddon. Putin hasn't said anything about it, by the way, but it's very dangerous. I can't vouch for what he will or won't do, but this is and that's a culmination of U.S. policy to get out of these treaties. Some of these treaties go back to Reagan and Gorbachev, and the U.S. has let them expire, and so Biden's not the first one to do that. But this idea that the U.S. shouldn't talk to Russia is very, very dangerous. And the only thing the U.S. can do is peacefully coexist with the rest of the world. That is the only thing that makes sense. Everything else, every other choice is very, very dangerous to the rest of the world. So having said all that, I don't care if someone says, yes, that's a Putin talking point. So what? Biden's talking points are crazy. So I would hope that if you're going to pick somebody to quote, in this particular case, Putin is the better choice.
Okay. Well, what do you think that the U.S. agenda is in Ukraine? What was the aim? You know, you said that Biden gave the game away by saying a small incursion would be acceptable. You said that, and you also said that they're hoping to do damage to Russia with sanctions, that was their goal. But what is it about? Why is the United States taking this aggressive stance towards Russia and not, say, I don't know, towards Saudi Arabia, for instance, or towards Canada or towards Germany? What is it about Russia that the U.S. has its eyes on? Why is this happening?
I think it goes back to the Cold War when there was a Soviet Union, and this gigantic country was at the time it was communist. It was U.S. rival around the world. So the Soviet Union collapses for reasons we don't have time to go into, and the U.S. we had a unipolar world, and the U.S. instead of having two superpowers, there was just one, and the U.S. immediately began. So, for example, in the early 90s, at the time the Soviet Union collapsed, was the first Gulf War. And if you remember, in general, the Arab states were allied with the Soviets and Israel with the US. So if there had still been a Soviet Union, would Bush the first, Bush Sr., have gone into Iraq? I don't think so. But so the U.S. had gotten away with so much for so long, to invade Afghanistan, to invade Iraq. All of these color revolutions or attempts at color revolutions, all of it was for the U.S. to be the sole superpower. And why not Canada? Because Canada's an ally and a vassal, frankly. Another capitalist country, another NATO nation, does what the U.S. wants, has the same aims. But Russia is the one that they want to subdue. And then there are people, Brzezinski had this crazy idea of breaking up Russia, and that's not going to happen. Russia has natural resources. It has gold. It has natural gas. It has oil. It has diamonds. It has everything. It's an agricultural producer, a grain producer. So to have this country that had been an enemy, to put it in the U.S. camp, but put it under U.S. control, was their fever dream. And they got away with some of it in the 90s. And by the way, 1996, Bill Clinton administration intervened and made sure Boris Yeltsin won that presidential election. Yeltsin was Putin's mentor. He's the one who he made him second in command and then stepped down and basically gave the presidency to Putin. But the U.S. intervened. There was a Time magazine cover story, "Yanks to the Rescue." You can look it up. It's easy to find, easy to Google and see it. But so he opened up the country. People got rich. The Russian oligarchs that we hear so much about were really running the country. And despite all this propaganda about oligarchs, Putin is the one who diminished their political power in favor of himself, obviously. Mm-hmm. So the U.S. still has this dream of being the only superpower, and that's just not going to happen.
Right. But I raised Canada as kind of a joke, but I guess the reason I am against there being any one superpower in the world is because that superpower is almost inevitably and invariably corrupt and violent and oppressive, and resorts to the use of military force and secret police and goes around international law and so on and so forth. But if I were, half the time, Margaret, about half the time, I'm just a little liberal, right? Like I like the idea of international law. I like the idea of all the nations in the world cooperating together in the UN, and or not the UN, some socialist version of it. When I see a conflict in the world, I try to figure out why here and not there. And your answer was, well, because of this long-standing ideological division between the United States and the former Soviet Union was one of the things that you pointed to. It seems to me that especially given Putin's own rhetoric against the former communist regime and against Lenin and Stalin, I suppose, and the communists in general, that you would think that it would be possible, at least on ideological grounds, to find some way to cohabit and cooperate. That seems to me that Russia is a capitalist nation today.
Oh, sure, very much so.
Yeah,
very much so. Well, so we saw once the Soviet Union was gone that the rivalry was partly ideological and partly a desire for hegemony. And the U.S. wants total hegemony. And to have this country, this large landmass with all these resources, to have it be independent is just anathema to them. The Central Asian region is these countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union, the Uzbekistans and the Kazakhstans and so forth, have remained in Russia's orbit even as they've been independent. China and Russia, which who had a shooting war actually in the 1960s, have now become allies because, excuse me, they have to protect themselves, each of them, from the U.S. But it was partly ideological. But they, of course, wanted. They were sad to see that ideology disappear as a state power. But being hegemonic, the next thing was, aha, we can grab their stuff. We can control them. So we should control the countries near them. So NATO in the Clinton administration, all these Eastern European nations that used to be part of the Warsaw Pact became members of NATO. Some former Soviet states, the Baltic states, for example, became members of NATO. So it wasn't enough to defeat this ideological foe. It was also an opportunity to just gain more control, to get more stuff, to control more countries. And Russia is this, they see it as this last holdout. And the 2014 coup was their effort to get this, I think it's Ukraine is the biggest country in Europe aside from Russia. It's a large country, grain producer. Natural gas traveled through Ukraine, and also I think just to piss off Russia too, to one by one have these dominoes. Remember the domino theory of creeping communism? Well, now we have the domino theory of American influence, and to get that domino to fall was a success for the U.S., but it turned out not to be. It's turned into an 8-year-long debacle, and the U.S. was never serious. You know, we've heard a lot about these Minsk agreements, and as I said, after the coup, and the Donbass region made it clear they did not want to be part of Ukraine. There's been a war ever since, and to make a long story short, European nations, France and Germany, and got Ukraine and Russia to sign this agreement, the Minsk agreements. And what was supposed to happen, these regions would get some form of autonomy. They would have language rights. It's a lot of Russian speakers in that region. A lot of Ukrainians are bilingual, by the way, throughout the country. But they banned Russia. Russia's the boogeyman for them, to the point where people there are actual Nazis, which is kind of complicated. I know the president's Jewish. I know the oligarch who put him in power is Jewish. But being anti-Russian is still a mainstay of Ukrainian thought, to the point of being venerating people who were actual Nazi collaborators. But and I lost my thoughts.
And the reason they are anti-Russian is because the Russia, was one of the major forces responsible for destroying the Nazi forces in World War II. Is that
parts of Ukraine never wanted to become part of the Soviet Union. That's the long and the short of it. I'm generalizing now. Western Ukraine, the part near Poland, never wanted to be part of the Soviet Union. There was in the 1920s a terrible famine. Now the people say it was purposefully caused by the Soviets. They took food from people. I think it's a little more complicated than that. But there was a lot of actual deep hatred for the Soviets. And when Germany invaded, there were people in Ukraine who collaborated with the Germans, who took part in massacres of mostly Jews in Ukraine, but others as well. But you see, and they can try to say, oh, it's just Russian propaganda. No, we had people with swastika tattoos and swastika flags and giving a Hitler salute and celebrating Stepan Bandera's birthday, who was the chief Nazi collaborator. So that's, that is part of Ukraine, and you have to own it. You can't act like this is, some fantasy, when it's like, well, what are you debunking when I see these people on video talking about venerating Bandera or with the, swastika symbols? It's you can't deny it, or
Yeah, well, a few months ago, Stefan Bertram Lee, one of our authors, he wrote a book called How to Stop Being a Teenage Nihilist, and he was part of the Rojava movement, said that the U.S. Support for Ukraine and the war in Ukraine was only going to strengthen the Nazi elements in Ukraine, that because those were the forces that would be most willing to fight and to fight to the end against the Russian invaders. So the arms that are going to Ukraine are often enough going to those very fascist militias, and that it was not the intention of the United States to create, and strengthen those Nazi militias, just like it wasn't the intention of the United States to strengthen the most fascist elements in Afghanistan and create the Mujahideen or Al Qaeda. But nonetheless, that's what happened, and so we can see that, this is supposedly a war between liberal democratic societies and autocratic fascist regimes, right? And the United States is on the side of the liberal order, and yet we can also see that along the way, the most fascist elements of Ukrainian society are being strengthened. So we're going to have to deal, if the United States succeeds, it will still have to deal with the homegrown fascist elements in Ukraine.
Well, the U.S. will take proxies where it can get them. So the proxies could be Nazi sympathizers. It could be jihadists in Afghanistan or jihadists in Libya or in Syria. They don't really care. They're not choosy about who will side with them. That's the question: who's going to side with us? And there's always some blowback, though, with these, September. Is 20 years enough? Can we talk about the blowback that caused September 11th? That
Let me check. Yes, I think it's okay.
Are you sure Bin Laden and others were people who were American heroes who then turned around and did whatever the hell they wanted to do? So there's always a price to pay, though, for being in league with these people. In this case, so let's look at the Ukrainian government. Zelensky has outlawed all the left-wing political parties. They even passed a law outlawing collective bargaining, so there aren't any unions anymore. And he said, Ukraine's open for business, so it's going to be this, neoliberal paradise, meaning the people of the country are going to be ripped off. So, he may not be in the Azov battalion or have a swastika tattoo, but that's who's in charge in that country. It's a far-right government. And it's very sad. I want to say this, though, about war. I don't like it. There's a tendency to pick sides and say this one's right or this one's wrong, and I think that's fine. But my wish is always that it not turn to bloodshed. When you see these, I had turned into the Ukraine war nerd, and I was subscribing to Telegram channels, and and there are all these videos. All these soldiers have cell phones, by the way. Nobody needs war correspondence anymore. All these guys are running around with cell phones. And, to see body parts, headless bodies, burned bodies, it's horrible. And it didn't have to happen. And so when we hear that the Ukrainian government is still shelling Donbass, people are being killed. The Russians are shelling Kiev, so people are being killed. This is not what any of us should want. We should be working for peace. And you brought it up in the beginning. I think being an anti-imperialist means being someone who works for peace and who advocates for that all the time. And that's certainly my hope for this conflict. But I am very concerned that the U.S., despite all these things that haven't gone their way, despite all these predictions that were wrong, they are not changing course. And the Europeans are going Right. And oh, I just reminded myself, when anybody talks about negotiations, what's the first thing you hear? You can't tell the Ukrainians to negotiate. Well, they were negotiating. Ukraine and Russia, they had talks the Turks were hosting them in Istanbul back in March and early April. And Boris Johnson, they sent him over there to scuttle them. So it's not true that they can't talk. It's true now because the U.S. told them they can't. But there's always an alternative. There's always a way out. And this failure of diplomacy, this failure of leadership, it's like a curse. Like every country had this most incompetent people in power at the same time. Boris Johnson and Joe Biden being in power at the same guy, little German dude, who's bought Greens. By the way, Greens in Germany are kind of right wing. I mean, they don't want coal and nuclear, but otherwise, the foreign minister, she's a Green, and she said, I don't care what the German voters think. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what she said. And the speech was in English. She speaks English very well. I'm going to stick with Ukraine and we'll help the people because people in Germany are angry. Their energy prices are soaring. Their inflation is out of control. And this has just been devastating to them and to other European countries. So these are the important things to keep in mind. It's not about beating Putin. It should be about doing everything we can to have peace and to let other countries, to leave them alone, let them have their sovereignty, peacefully coexist. And but the U.S. as an imperialist hegemon doesn't want that. The U.S. only has enemies and vassals and sees the world that way. And that's why I think our priority in this moment has to be being anti-imperialist and speaking out against what our government is doing right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly for peaceful negotiations. Do you remember when recently George Bush was talking about Putin, George W. Bush, and he mentioned that he thought it was wrong that Putin had invaded Iraq, do something like that.
Yes.
Well, I thought about that. And I thought, first of all, it was quite a Freudian slip, for him.
Yes, it was.
But when the invasion of Iraq happened, a lot of people who I was associated with, people who were in the peace movement, sort of hoped that the United States would lose, that we would be driven out of Iraq, that we would not be able to maintain the occupation of Iraq, because the thought was if the United States is defeated in Iraq, then maybe the lesson will be learned by the American public and by the Washington Consensus that these sorts of adventures, this sorts of violations of international law, this sort of violence is a losing proposition, and it can't be sustained. Now today, Russia has now been the invader of Ukraine, and is the obvious immediate aggressor. Would you be disappointed if the Ukrainians pushed the Russian forces back into Russia, teaching this time the aggressor Putin a lesson, the same way we might have hoped that Bush had been taught a lesson back in? I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Sure, that's okay. I mean, who can quote unquote win? I think it's unlikely. Russia has the biggest army and had been using a minimum number of its forces in what they call their special military operation. I don't think it's likely for that to happen. But if they pushed Russia out, it would be okay with me if Ukraine said we're neutral. We're not going to be a part of NATO. We're not going to be used as a weapon against Russia. And if this came about as a result also of diplomacy and not, having a bigger pile of dead bodies on one side than the other, that would be okay too. But the problem with Ukraine is that they keep getting permission from the European countries, from the US. So, for example, there was an explosion of the Nord Stream pipeline from Russia to Germany at the end of September. And what a mystery. Who did it? Right away I was like, well, the US was behind it. But apparently recently, the former Prime Minister of the UK, the 6-week Prime Minister, Liz Truss, her phone was hacked. And now they're being said that she sent a text to Anthony Blinken and said the job is done or something like that. And I was like, oh, so I didn't know what I was talking about. So, so that's the problem with Ukraine winning. Ukraine is backed by the US and NATO, and they're doing crazy things. So over the weekend, apparently there were drones. I didn't know there were drones in the water. But anyway, the Ukrainians attacked the Russians in the Black Sea, and the NATO is claiming they didn't know about it. I don't know if they really did or not. So Ukraine's not an independent actor. Ukraine is a creature. The current government of Ukraine is a creature of the US and NATO. So it's unlikely for a victory on their part to be something that's going to bring long-term peace. So I don't want anybody to win. I would like for there to be a situation where Russia felt they could leave and that Ukraine was no longer going to be used against them. And that's why they leave, because there's a real negotiation, there are real talks, there's a serious understanding that the US has to at least respect what other countries want instead of just thinking the US can get its way all the time. So Russia has, they had, a referendum and said 99% of the people in these regions said they want to be part of Russia. So now, something like 20% of Ukraine, Russia says, no, it's theirs. I would like for those people to be wherever they really wanted to be. But in
that case, and that referendum though took place after the invasion, after a lot of the people who were pro-Ukrainian had fled, and it's not. I don't hold those referendums in high regard.
I don't. And I have to say also, when the Russians say 98% of the people voted yes, I was like, come on, people.
Yeah,
this is actually not. You'd be better off saying 60% of the people rather than
99%.
99%. But I think it's if those people were free to determine for themselves, but that freedom should be because they're really free, because they don't live in a country that's ruled by the right wing, who had a coup against the president they elected. That's under the control of the US and NATO nations. And by, what is it now, $60 billion? I mean, we haven't talked about the impact this has had on our country, where they're peddling this story now where, Biden's, got mad at Zelensky because he kept asking for more money. I have no idea if it's true or not, but even if it is true, he didn't stop giving him money. And we have a country that's in dire need of investment for its government, people who need care for their government. And we're told that we don't matter. And but the imperialist designs matter. So our public money can go to Ukraine, and we're not supposed to ask about it. And we have no representation in Congress to even have a discussion with the president. Anybody who brings it up is slapped down, as we saw with the phony progressives last week, who couldn't even be phony for 24 hours and allowed their leadership in the White House to beat them up, and they joined in punching themselves.
Yeah, this is what I was just going to ask you about, is this the House Progressive Caucus releasing this letter to Biden. And so, like, the letter, what did it say? Like, we love the war in Ukraine. We think you should continue to write blank checks to the Ukrainian government. We support every weapon going to Ukraine that you want to give to them. But could you maybe try thinking about maybe negotiating a peaceful resolution to this? Is that basically what the letter said? And then they had to, and they got reprimanded for saying that, and they took it back. Is that what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it all started when there's a group of people. They're members of the LaRouche Party, the old Lyndon. I didn't know the LaRouche Party was still around, but it is. And they've been publicly confronting these Democratic.
They're big donors to us. So LaRouche. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, keep going.
What a crazy thing.
I just figure I might as well give all of my enemies some fodder. Yeah, we're big in with the LaRouchians, and so keep that on the down low, Margaret. Anyway. Go on.
You're distracting me with your very good joke, but they have been confronting AOC and other these progressives publicly at town halls and asked a very good question. Why are you giving public money to Ukraine? This neo-Nazi sympathizing government. Why aren't you helping the people here? Good questions. And they were nervous enough that they felt they needed some cover. I think that's the origin of this letter. So they said, we'll write this fence-straddling letter. We think you have all the right ideas about Ukraine. And they've all voted for this, by the way. None of them have voted against any of these allocations. But, if you could talk to Russia, that would be nice. Now, this pleased nobody. It pleased some people. I was not dismissing it because I felt it was important for someone to put on the table, because the narrative, the war propaganda has been so intense this year. And we've been told that, there's nothing else you can say. Putin's a war criminal. And the only thing you can say is we're going to stand by Ukraine. And there's no other legitimate narrative that needs to be heard. So for someone to voice that there was a possibility of something else, I thought could have been, even despite my cynicism, I thought it was a positive step. But it didn't even last 24 hours. They rejected, they withdrew the letter. They made up some crazy story about, staff didn't vet the letter, or it was written over the summer and nobody had seen it since, even though the letter referenced events that happened in the last couple of weeks. They looked stupid. They were humiliated. They actually made the situation worse. So, and it's very, very unfortunate. There were always a handful of members of Congress who would speak up for peace. There were always a few people. And there were a handful of Republicans, 4 or 5 of them, who said they wanted to vote against these expenditures, and they were smacked down by their leadership, so they shut up. And so it's been unanimous, and a sure sign of something bad, by the way. One Republican, what's his name, Rand Paul, who I can't stand, but he said there should be some accountability for this money, which is a good point. But we all know how it works. It's a blank check to the military-industrial complex and whoever the proxy is getting the money. So it was a very, very sad moment, frankly.
We got a comment I want to read aloud. Song 4K says, it's funny hearing 90s social theory turned into NATO media talking points. Respect Ukrainian agency. They should have all stayed in college, he says. So yeah, you do hear that a lot. Like when I say we need a negotiated peace, the Biden administration should take that task on. I don't think that the world should be at risk in this way, and there ought to be a way to settle this conflict. What I hear from people, and you said it earlier, is that no, you have to let the Ukrainians take the lead. It's not for the United States to decide. And as you pointed out, the Ukrainians were trying to negotiate early on, but also, it's insane to think that the United States, who is arming the Ukrainians and providing intelligence and probably in many ways directing some of the conflict, doesn't have not just the right, but an obligation to look for a peaceful resolution for the sake of the Ukrainians as well as for the American people. So I am with Songs 4K there as a, and right now I'm hearing Chris Catron, the last Marxist in the back of my head saying, "You're acting like a Democrat. You can't do anything about these people. You have to organize for socialism." But in any case, I'm putting him aside.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. But let me ask you this: why do you think the American left had so much trouble organizing an anti-war effort, and is still having trouble? I mean, not the progressive Democrats, but the left. Why hasn't there been a more unified effort to try to push for peaceful negotiations in Ukraine? Do you think it has to do with? Well, I'm going to just ask: do you think it's because of the Bernie Sanders campaign? Do you think that the left has been captured by the Democrats?
Part of it. I think that's part of it. That's one thing that's been going on. Also, there's been disagreement about this issue of whether Russia should have done this. So there were people who felt that the only thing you can say is Russia should have invaded and Russia just needs to leave, and that's all you can say. And there were people who said, okay, yes, but we have to talk about the role of the US. So the very basics of this issue, there wasn't agreement about it. Also, I think these years of demonization, the years of war propaganda have done their job. And so liberalism seeps in even to the left. So if you all you have to do is call somebody a war criminal often enough and people just want to back up. Now, my argument to Putin's a war criminal is, well, he's no more of a war criminal than either of the Bushes, than of Barack Obama destroying the nation of Libya, trying to do the same to Syria. He's no worse than the rest of them. So if you're going to call him a war criminal, and there is a school of thought which says war is always wrong, war is always a crime. So if you're a person who says that, then you can say that about Putin too. But I'm not going to single him out as being the only evildoer, to use a George Bush term, the only evildoer among world leaders. But that was an argument which I think prevented there being a unified response. I think that's one thing. I think the demonization is another, and I think we've seen there's some liberalism, some American exceptionalism that seeps in, and all you need is a president wagging his finger and calling somebody else the bad guy often enough, and a lot of people will go along to some extent. I also think people don't know the full history, and because they don't, I also think, the 2014 coup, that was the Obama administration that did that. And I still think there's a remnant of Obama love going on. So if you talk about that, you're talking about their favorite guy. You're talking about Obama. And people don't still, there are a lot of folks who still don't want to hear that. I also think there's been just a lack of willingness to call imperialism. There are still people on the left who don't like the word imperialism and are very nervous about it. This to me is it's the textbook definition. And so you have people saying, well, Putin's the imperialist, so if you're anti-imperialist, you've got to be against him. But this happened in, and I think it's important even in our personal lives, even when somebody does something that you may have said they shouldn't have done, I think it's always helpful to say, why did this happen? It could be any number of things. Why did this individual act this way? Why did this thing happen? I think it's important to ask why. And because it's the easiest thing in the world just to say that this, particular side is the evil one, rather than to talk about the responsibility, rather than to talk about the actions of all the parties involved. So I think all of those things came into play in preventing a unified left response. But I just think the left has become weaker and weaker. It's tiny. The real left is tiny. There are a lot of divisions. I think Trump being president also, people focus so much on him and having to stop the fascist elements that he represented. And I think that took a lot of the wind out of people's sails. I think Bernie was one of the people who criticized those House members who wrote the letter. He's like, well, they withdrew it. And, and that was one of my issues with Bernie. There are many things about him I liked, but on foreign policy, he goes along. He goes along with the state. His leftism does not change foreign policy at all. He may talk about Yemen, and now he's one of these people beating up on the Saudis. Why? Not because of Yemen, but because they dared tell the United States they were going to keep pumping oil. And that's what is represented as the left these days, is being a Bernie-crat.
When we started this conversation, I mentioned the fact that you had been on the podcast since near the very beginning, and I think that I think the first time we talked was in 2010. It may have been 2011, but can you believe it?
Yes, I can.
I was a young man then. Look at all the gray in my hair. You were.
I was already gray.
you had more black hair than you do now. But the thing is, like, that was right around the time of Occupy Wall Street. I mean, I remember that one of the early conversations we had, it was not our first, but it was like, hey, Margaret, you're smart. What do you think of Occupy Wall Street? It was sort of what I asked you back then. And even though you and I were both critical of aspects of that moment, especially in so much as they weren't organizing for political power, the way that the Occupy movement was sort of abstaining or abdicating its responsibility to actually develop something that would be a political force. And nonetheless, we both were looking at the economic crisis at the time, the housing crisis, the dissatisfaction that was rising even under Obama. And we both, I think, were more optimistic then than it is possible to be now. I mean, am I misremembering? Am I looking back on the past with rose-colored glasses?
No, you're not. That's true. I think that was the first issue we talked about. So that was 2010 or 2011.
Yeah.
In Obama's first term, as I recall. So many things. All I can think of now is that how so many things have gotten worse in those intervening years, these past 10 or so years. The minimum wage has still not gone up. Obamacare, this plan, which helped a lot of people, but which enshrined private control of healthcare, was supposed to be the big success, and you couldn't talk about Obama because Obamacare, he got something done, but didn't do anything about. This was in the wake of the Great Recession of after 2008, and what did he do? Bail out the banks, and all these things are bipartisan projects. So it's trillions of dollars given to the financial services industry, no bailout of the people. Then he leaves office and he leaves everything to Trump. And that, I think, was a shock to people that that the Democratic Party, just didn't do basic stuff that would have kept Trump from eking out this electoral college victory. And then COVID changed so much. And then Biden, I will never forget, now it's almost 2 years ago, when it was announced that it was official that Biden had won the electoral college, and people literally partied in the streets. They did here in New York for this guy. And what did we get? We got a 1-year stimulus. Build Back Better didn't happen. The student loan debt relief, which he could just, he could have made an executive order and tried to do it. He ended up with this paltry thing. Now it's tied up in court. And he said the phoniest thing. This really makes me angry. The marijuana pardons for those with
yeah, the people, what was it like? If you're in prison, federal prison for marijuana possession, then you will be forgiven or pardoned. But
it was applied to nobody, literally applied to
nobody. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And this is supposed to be a big thing. And so now they're running for again. And what they're talking about Trump in January 6th, because they have so little to say about having met the needs of the people.
Yeah. But, you know, we can look to the Democrats and we can blame the Democrats, and they deserve blame. And we can look to the Republicans and we can blame the Republicans. They certainly deserve blame. But you and I are part of something called the left.
Yeah.
Right. And we've been, I mean, I guess I'm blaming myself and you, but we've been part of this thing called the left that was meant to be, especially after Occupy or after the economic crisis, meant to be challenging capitalism and the politics that come out of it. And I don't see somewhere, I mean, like in 2020 and 2016, even because of the Sanders campaign and the rise of the word socialism, there was this optimism that things, you know, the Occupy had done one thing and now it was going to be some sort of practical reality that was going to arrive. And now, 2 years after the defeat of Sanders, we've got a politician who's telling us, you know, well, yeah, it could be Armageddon. I mean, you know, what did you make of that? The Biden's statement about nuclear Armageddon?
It was terrifying. It made me angry and it made me terrified. They're trying to normalize nuclear war. They're playing with fire. And they're not smart enough to do it. That's my other problem.
Was that his goal, to normalize Armageddon, to make us all ready to die in a nuclear blast?
To silence us, to say that those bad people, they could start a nuclear war when if something happens. I mean, this blowing up of the pipeline, I mean, my God, these people are so irresponsible and stupid. But to your point about Occupy Wall Street, I don't know if everybody was on board with ending capitalism. I think that's part of the problem. I think there was a lot of reformism, even in the Occupy movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, it's like, you know, Democratic parties moved so far to the right to be better than them is like, you know, what the hell is that? You know, that can mean nothing at all. So we're not really talking about socialism. Bernie's an old school Democrat. And, you know, 40 years ago, all Democrats sounded like him. And now, because things have moved so far to the right, you know, he could say very, you know, tepid things that are treated like a revolution when they weren't. And then, of course, the Democrats smack him down and say, we're not having that at all. But then end up losing to Trump, who they then use as a perfect foil to shut everybody up. So there's still dependence on electoral politics. There's still dependence on the Democratic politics. And if I had to sum up, I would say the problem is the left is not organized.
Yeah. Do you think the midterms, if they go to the Republicans, which it looks like they will, and let's say, I should ask, do you think Trump's going to run again? And if he does, do you think he'll win? Those are my two questions. Like, what do you think the impact will be on the left if those things happen?
I think, well, on the left, I don't know. If the left remains disorganized, it'll, you know, be people going back to the Democrats who find a way to blame the left and I mark my words, if the Republicans win, the Democratic Party will blame the left, some kind of way. So rather than being galvanized, rather than organizing, I am afraid that's what needs to happen regardless. The left has to be better organized. I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Well, what about Trump? Will he come back, and do you think he would win?
I mean, it's hard to say. He still has a hold on many people, Republican voters. The party doesn't want him, but they didn't want him the first time. So I don't know. I don't really know. He's a very, very polarizing figure. I don't think he can win again. I think he was in many ways the accidental president. If Hillary Clinton had done a slightly better job getting out the vote, he wouldn't have won. So I don't think those conditions will be in place for him to win. So I would say probably not. Would he win again? Whether he runs again, that'll be up to him. But who knows with Trump?
Yeah. Well, listen, it's been about an hour. Thank you very much. I know it's like 10 o'clock at night in New York, right?
Yes, it is. Almost.
So thanks. And listen, you should come back on and we could talk again for the regular podcast rather than during I think it was just a 5-day stream I've been on.
Oh my God.
But, no, it's 12 hours. We're in.
Well, that seems like 5 days.
Right. I think this is hour 8. Something like that. Something like 9. I don't know where we are at actually. But thank you very much for coming on. And I'm going to bring on Cyber Dandy now and say goodbye to you, Margaret.
Bye-bye.
So, Cyber Dandy, you are now the official. We've got a official contemporary Stalinist that we bring in from time to time. You are now.
I saw that.
Yeah. So now I've just designated you as the official resident anarchist. Is that fair? Is that fair? Do you feel more comfortable with that than my friend who's a contemporary Stalinist?
I certainly do. The part about me being a pro situ, though, that I heard earlier, I don't know about.
Yeah, you're
that.
pro situ. Yeah, I had to put a little dig in, but I thought we would talk a little bit about. I was just talking to Margaret Kimberly about the Occupy Wall Street moment and how we were both a little bit more optimistic back in 2011, even though we were both critical of Occupy in various ways than we are now. But Occupy, I think, was the last moment that I can remember where my Situationist International seemed relevant to people. It was like because Adbusters had called for Occupy to happen, and there was a feeling that this was a replay of 1968 in some way, and I'm just wondering if you're younger than I am. I believe you look younger than I am. Yeah. So, do you feel that the Situationist International is still influential on the left, on the anarchist left today? And if so, in what way?
Well, it's definitely still relevant on the anarchist left. Anytime conversation about culture, the spectacle comes up, they're the go-to.
So people are saying that I want to put up Margaret Kimberly was an excellent guest. I love Margaret Kimberly. I just want people to if she listens to this later, I want her to know how appreciated she was. I always enjoy talking to her. Someone else said Margaret Kimberly, a brilliant guest. We're going to be brilliant. We're going to continue on being brilliant right now. So where did you, so you said that the Situations comes up when you talk about culture with people. Tell me what kind of anarchist groups or what's the milieu that you're involved in at the moment? You don't have to give me names, although if you do, I'll write them down and turn them into the FBI after the stream. But what's the milieu at the moment? What are you guys most focused on?
So funny enough, I'm actually in a bit of a transition from being very much part of the post-left, individualist, nihilist, eco-anarchist crowd to having a lot more to do with organizational approaches, but specifically neighborhood organizing. So the Situationists definitely played a much bigger role in conversations I was having before than they do now.
Why is that, do you think? Because I don't think of them as being individualist anarchists or anarchists at all, really. But how did those guys pick them up? The egoists.
Well, they accepted the criticisms of the Situationists, of the anarchists, as far as allowing anybody to become an anarchist, and some of the more bourgeois cultural elements. So, and just that whole anarchy magazine milieu engaged a lot with them. Like Bill Not Bored is one of the more popular writers. Yeah.
Is Anarchy magazine still being published today? Is that still coming out?
It's hard to say. I know they had another issue planned to release. I don't know if that's going to happen. It's kind of up in the air.
That's always how it was. It's called Anarchy, a Journal of Desire Armed.
Right.
I'm looking at the last issue right now online. It's issue number 23, but it doesn't say what year it was or when it came out. But let's see. The last announcement on their website was from January of 2020. So, you know, that's a lot further down the line than I ever got with them. You know, I was not reading them in the 2000s very much. Anarchy magazine, it was a 90s thing for me for the most part. But yeah, so they're still going. I mean, I'm going to say 2 years is nothing to wait for an Anarchy magazine. Like that's normal between issues, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll table that for a minute. I might have some more personal information about that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you feel comfortable relaying that on the live stream, there are 40 people watching, of which 20 of them are probably connected to Anarchy magazine. But you want to table that for a moment. But what would you say about the influence of that magazine? I mean, or the influence of situationist influenced anarchism.
Well, I could put this very easily as Aragorn was one of the editors of Anarchy magazine for a period of time. And he was very influenced by the situationists. He's no longer with us. He passed away, but he brought the situationist international into the post-left conversation through a variety of ways. He ultimately went down to in the direction of indigenous anarchism. But for a while, he felt very connected with the countercultural situationist sort of critique of the spectacle and how critiques of unions and how so many of these things have been recuperated by capital. And so the old left is no longer viable, things like that.
Here's Anarchy magazine, issue number 77. I'll just flash it on the screen there. A Journal of Desire Armed. It's like nostalgic for me, even though it's pretty new, I think. So how old was Aragon? Or what generation was he part of?
He was Gen X.
Oh my God. Yeah. Come on. It was a boomer. It makes me feel better. So, and he passed on. And so when did he start being the editor of Anarchy magazine? You know,
I think in the 90s.
Right. So, and when did that end? Then did it end when he passed on, or did he step down?
No, it moved into Lawrence Girac became the editor. So that transition happened sometime, I think, early 2000s, a long time ago, though.
So, and you are, what generation are you? Cyber dating?
I'm a Zennial. So
you're a Zoomer, as I would call you a Zoomer.
I'm a millennial that was raised by Gen X siblings, and
okay.
So I'm 37, but my orientation has always been towards the Gen X crowd.
Oh, okay. All right. So did your siblings have like older copies of Anarchy magazine that they passed down to you or something?
No. But other things like 9 Inch Nails and Burning Man and some less radical things, but
less radical than Burning Man? Impossible. But you've been reading the back issues then of Anarchy, but is that right?
Sure. Well, actually, I was more involved with them as a writer, and got my first publishing experience through writing a few articles from them. One on Albert Camus' The Rebel, and then some criticisms of anarcho-syndicalist review. I think I had something on Wayne Price, but
yeah, I never had the guts to try that. But what made you decide to send your writing to Anarchy Magazine? What attracted you to them when you started?
just that was part of the network I was in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I'm from Phoenix,
mm-hmm.
and we anarchists in Phoenix tend to have a very close tie to the anarchists in the Bay Area. So there's always been that bridge there.
Okay. Are there other publications besides Anarchy for American anarchists that people should be aware of, or that is there still like the Fifth Estate? Is that still out there? Remember that one?
Fifth Estate is still around. I think, well, Black Seed is a green anarchist anti-civ publication. Anarcho-syndicalist review that I mentioned earlier is still around. I'm sure there's a ton of other stuff I just don't even know about, but I mean, we're not really in the magazine age anymore, right? Anarchy Magazine grew in popularity because it was this glossy, real magazine that you could find at like a real bookstore.
Yeah, like Powell's Books. I remember picking it up there. And then, but did it make the transition to being an online publication at any point, or
not really. No, you could find back issues in the Anarchist Library, but it didn't ever really make that transition.
So you told me that you are making a transition away from the like egoist anarchism.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm now beginning to feel the stream, the hours that I've been doing this, and to a more organized approach to anarcho-syndicalism. Is that right, or something along those lines?
I mean, the specific group that I'm in the middle of joining, should I be accepted for my submission to them? They're influenced by a specifismo, which is a type of platformist paradigm. Not necessarily syndicalist. I mean, we're in Phoenix, so labor here is not really the most radical area to be doing things.
Okay,
but
what is I remember the platformist anarchists and how the people at Anarchy Magazine, the Journal of Desire Armed, would try to smash the platformists, or very critical of them. Basically not really distinguishing between them and your typical left Marxist. So what is it that's appealing to you about the platformist position, and what is the platformist position? Is that kind of like anarchists who want to party, or?
It was mostly a response, I believe, to Leninism. I think Nestor Makhno, the Makhnovists that were the Ukrainian anarchists, was one of the first people to come up with it. Basically, it was the idea that if anarchists were going to be successful, they need a more formal organization. And he saw that as one of the faults of his own revolutionary struggles. And then there's some debates with Malatesta, and kind of goes on from there, but it's been adopted a lot more in Latin America and on the East Coast, where there's more labor activism that's been adopted. But basically it's, you come up with a platform, you try to strive for, some sort of ideological unity and tactical unity, and basically operate in a more formal manner.
And what's the platform for the platformists that you're thinking about joining, or how much can you tell me about it, or is it a secret doctrine?
It's loose. It's basically what I said, anti-hierarchy, gender, class, race, decolonization. Those are some of the points of theoretical unity. Yeah.
You know, I almost asked Margaret Kimberly this because in her essay about Ukraine that I had read, she mentioned decolonizing the mind, which I thought was really interesting because I think of that as a kind of anarchist slogan, decolonize your mind, like coming from crime think. But probably that's not the origin of that idea. But when you think about decolonization, what are you thinking about? How do you conceive of that concept?
Well, for me personally, it has a pretty specific meaning because I'm diaspora Jew.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's definitely a colonized experience that I've grown up learning. So, for me, it would be something along the lines of understanding what the influence of the West has been on my own culture, my own ancestry. That'd be like the mental decolonization. Of course, the physical aspect of that is kind of a mess in Israel and Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, there's some similarity in approach. And, it's a big issue here because it's very obvious that Arizona is built on top of indigenous land. And especially with the border cutting right between tribal territory and being this artificial, from that perspective, division right in the middle of their territory. It has a lot more of like a concrete meaning.
What's the impact of that artificial division on the indigenous people?
It's
in that
pretty.
territory?
It's pretty bad. I mean, so like trying to militarize the border, forcing ID checks, proof of citizenship, all of those things have an impact on the tribes because some of them never had citizenship to begin with, right? Let alone an ID. And, the border, they have family on either side of the border or are going to community events and traveling across it often. And this is actually something that radicalized me a lot because during the, protesting a lot of this border militarization, the liberal NGOs would come in and they'd center the voice of Mexican Americans and really kind of push the indigenous voice to the side. And they would take a pro-police position, which was very antagonistic to the position that the indigenous were taking, and on and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm. No, why was that? What was it about the indigenous struggle that needed to be avoided when it came to trying to? I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about people who were on the side of liberalizing or opening up the borders, or that were still
right. So Puente would be one organization, and part of their political strategy was we need to show how this is affecting migrants from Mexico or Guatemala or however far south you want to go. But it would be inconvenient in one way or another to start talking about how it impacts the indigenous people. It just didn't have political value to them.
Because it was too small a population, not representative of the overall struggle.
Not politically important, different kind of politics that wasn't really conducive to the Democratic Party, too radical, one could say.
Because it was about the sovereignty of the indigenous people and their control over their land rather than about policy around the U.S. border.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So what is the aim of what would the indigenous people there like to see happen? Would they like to be able to be given special dispensation to travel back and forth across the border without interference? Would they like to be able to develop the land without worrying about their citizenship in either nation?
I mean,
they want their own nation, and
I'm not sure where it's gone since that time I'm talking about. And I know even at the time, the tribal governments would have different opinions than some more of the grassroots people living in the reservations and whatnot.
Mhm.
But ultimately, I mean, the slogan is "the border crossed us," so they would not want the border to impact them at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what were the indigenous people that you knew? Were there many of them anarchists, or some of them?
I mean, yes, but that's because it's me.
Right.
But there is a pretty well established indigenous anarchist group out here in Flagstaff and elsewhere, Tucson. So,
and how do they? And like, what is their objective to? Like, often enough, you hear calls maybe for the settler culture to return to Europe or something like that, or for there to be a return of the land that was stolen, or some more sovereignty for the indigenous people. But it doesn't seem to me that the idea that people should go back to their homeland is quite in line with anarchist ideals or ideas exactly.
Yeah, and I don't think that's really what at least my comrades are saying. I could refer to some good commentary from Cleve Ali, who's a pretty well-known voice in that community. And that would be the most up-to-date thing I could think of. There's the Indigenous Action Network, or Indigenous Action Media. They put out their positions pretty regularly.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I should have one of them on the podcast. I just am curious to know how the indigenous struggle and anarchism come together. Would this be an anarchist group, this indigenous action group, or?
I think a lot of them are, yeah.
Because I see
Action Media.
Indigenous People's Day of Rage, and they have a whole section on zines. It seems very much.
And yeah, that was related to when Canada uncovered the boarding school graves and whatnot.
Right.
There is a lot of affinity around the rejection of civilization if you are that kind of an anarchist. So industrial civilization, environmental issues, that's a commonality. There's just self-determination, not forming like a Western nation state. So
yeah, I'm looking at their, like, they've got an info shop and a thing on mutual aid.
One sec.
Looks very much like an anarchist organization. You walked away. Okay. Well then here. Oh no, there you are. You just turned. I was looking at a website while you turned. That's fine.
I have my job interfering with my my life.
Yeah, I do too, but it's different for me. So let's see. What was I going to say about this indigenous, the anarchists? Oh, you were saying anti-civilization anarchists are involved with the with this group,
right?
And anarchists in general.
And if you really want to see that crossover in writing, in theory, Black Seed magazine would be the place to go for that.
Have you ever written for them?
No. I mean, I don't really feel like I have a whole lot to say about the issue.
Right. Are you critical of I mean, I'm critical. I'll just say it straight up. I'm very critical of the primitivist position. But how do you feel about primitivist anarchism?
I'm critical of primitivists as well. I consider anti-civilization to be a little different because it doesn't reduce the problem to a technological one. It's really more of the totality of what Western civilization is. But that's really not my starting point when it comes to philosophy or anarchism or anything else.
So you have a critique, but it's not very well developed of the anti-civ position.
Yeah, and I think it's right. Exactly. It's not a strong critique, and it's from what I could tell, I have a lot more in common than not with that position. Okay.
So yeah, because I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like civilization isn't something that was just the terrain of Western cultures, right? Like, there have been a variety of civilizations. Like, does civilization mean like city states or?
Yeah. So urban life, agricultural, settled communities. It's really not my position, but
Right.
You'll see a lot of people writing about forest gardening and permaculture and things like that in that movement.
Yes, I remember. I have vague recollection of those things. Actually, when I started podcasting, I interviewed people who were interested in permaculture, and I interviewed anti-civ or primitivist. I interviewed John Zerzan, at one point, who was he's primitivist, not just anti-civ, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He's the foremost thinker in that.
Right. Yeah. And he lives in Eugene, where my kids live, or one of them moved back to Portland now. But my son used to send me pictures of John Zerzan on the bus every once in a while. He's like a secret agent taking a picture of the foremost primitivist on the bus or at the cafe and sending me the pictures. Obviously, I am punchy now if I'm confessing to stalking John Zerzan, but I had someone else do it for me. But Derek Jensen is another primitivist, or is he anti?
Well, Derek Jensen is what might be thought of as an authoritarian, I guess primitivist. I don't know if that really fits, but the whole organization structure of Deep Green Resistance was very hierarchical, and they wound up getting into some big controversy and getting canceled over trans issues.
Right. I know that Jensen has taken, maybe we can talk about this for a little bit. I know he took a turf position. But I wonder if, do you think that the primitivist line kind of consistently leads to a turf position because of the rejection of technological interventions and the reverence towards nature?
No, and the reason why is because a lot of people from that school of thought will talk about like two spirits or a multiplicity of genders and different, indigenous cultures and things like that. So part of the critique, from that quadrant is that our monotheistic and Enlightenment culture is a big part of the problem. So as far as I don't, Jensen, I forget what his comrade's name was that was more on the front lines of that turf position, but
yeah, well, I would think that the Enlightenment, like I'm a big fan of the Enlightenment. I'm on the side of that for the most part. There's been some difficulties since then. I'll admit that we've had some problems, but nonetheless, the the aim of modernity and to bring on the self-sufficiency and the maturity of humanity, breaking away from traditional forms of life and theistic and authoritarian forms of culture is something I basically align myself with. And I would think that the idea of individual expression and individual self-understanding and definition sort of is in line with an Enlightenment perspective on what humanity is. And if you want to return to some sort of natural state of go back to a primitive form of humanity, that wouldn't lead you to like revere biology and think of humanity in terms of just this animality and so forth.
Well, so part of the Enlightenment critique, at least from Aragorn, would be, to look at animism and some of, pre what we think of as religion. So pre-monotheistic forms of spirituality and metaphysics and philosophy that didn't even run into some of the problems that these days, we'll say are Cartesian dualism, right? Some of these mind-body problems that, philosophers have spent like 100 years trying to deal with. So there is that philosophical take on it. The individuality question, I think would be considered a very Western idea, individualism. But I could be wrong about that. I think there are like individualists that are in that camp, like the group in Mexico, Indigenous, tending towards the wild, were a terrorist cell, basically.
Well, yeah, the fact that something is Western or Eastern or what have you, from my probably Western perspective is sort of to the side. Like the question for me is like, is it true? Does it hold up? Does the argument sound and valid? I get valid and sound confused, but I would say that back to the question of I just think it's revealing that Jensen ended up in this turf position, and I would think that at least some kinds of primitivism, especially the kind of primitivism that John Suzanne advocated, where you're talking about returning to not just like tribal identities or different kinds of cultural but to a pre-cultural condition where he even at times advocated that the abandonment of language, or at least
Zerzan.
That direction. Yeah, Zerzan. But that, Zerzan and Jensen were comrades. I mean, they were friends. They were part of the same milieu for a while. They had a falling out. I'm not sure about what, but
well, and then there's the Unabomber, right? He's another one of the popular figures that, read the manifesto or whatever, and he would be another anti-civilization thinker. Also not an anarchist. Also, much more on the side of there was a good amount of authority in primitivist societies. It's part of it, but it's still better than civilization. So there's a whole spectrum of politics that all center around an anti-civ
someone says
perspective.
John Zerzan was the Unabomber's pen pal. Is that true? Did they write? Did he write to him when he was in prison? Is that what we're talking about?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think Ward Churchill might have been another pen pal. Yeah, I know the Unabomber critiqued Zerzan. So
what was the Unabomber's critique of Zerzan?
I think basically that you can't really, primitive societies weren't anarchist, basically saying, look at all this. And I think Bob Black also has a similar criticism. But
have you met Bob Black? I think he's a friend of mine on Facebook. Is that
I have
possible?
met Bob Black. Yep.
I have a Bob Black story, but I will I'll hold on to it for a moment or two longer here. But tell me about when you met Bob Black. What's he like?
He's pretty stern. Well, so there was someone in your audience might know the story of Bob Black getting punched when he was speaking at an info shop in Berkeley, and this led to a huge falling out between him and Aragorn, who I mentioned earlier. And I was there for that and had tacos with him the day before. So tacos were fine, and we had a normal just conversation. But then the next day he was getting assaulted by someone because apparently he was transphobic or something like that.
Oh, okay. So was there any validity to the claim that he was transphobic? Had he taken any public positions on?
I am sure he is. I'm sure he has said something offensive.
Yeah, he's Bob Black.
One time or another.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, my Bob Black story doesn't involve him, personally, but it's the one essay by Bob Black that I want to go back to, like, what happened after he got punched, and because that sounds like it's juicy, and that's probably what I can handle right now, some gossip. But in the 90s, I was the opinion editor of the Portland State University Vanguard, and I had to write an opinion column every week. And one week I had run out of steam, and so I decided, instead of writing one myself, I would run Bob Black's Against Work instead, right? And I handed it to the production team and wrote on it, headline Against Work, written by Bob Black, and with a little bio. But they didn't really read my instructions. They just put his column in where mine would be, right, under my name and picture. And so it read like Doug Lane's Against Work.
Man.
So I had to run a correction the next week. But the most irritating thing about that was because no one really cared. Bob Black, didn't know and didn't say anything to me about it. But what was really irritating was people came up to me that week and said, Doug, that was the best column you've ever written. That was really good. I'm surprised. Good job. Nice. Thanks a lot. So I had to say, I didn't actually write that. It was very humbling. But so what? Probably the best essay he's ever written too.
It's a pretty important landmark piece in what would be the post left, because this is one of the criticisms of the left that anarchists from that section had, which was against work, period. And so very different trajectory than against worker from the syndicalists.
Right, which is against capitalist ownership of the means of production, that kind of thing. So what happened after he got punched? Like, did he stop writing for Anarchy magazine, or?
I mean, I don't know when the last time he wrote for that was, but he had been working with Little Black Cart, which is the publishing imprint Aragorn ran. And he blamed Aragorn for even allowing this person to enter the building, which could be valid. I mean, we kind of knew this person had it out for Bob Black, and they had been pretty belligerent before. So there was a chance something could happen, but they were allowed in. And then Bob Black made a lot of threats and cut ties with Aragorn and LBC, and now has been, I guess, working for something else. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah. I'm just glad he's still around, actually. Do you remember the zine? Have you heard of the zine Processed World?
Yeah. I know he got in a big kerfuffle with them as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he had I don't know, did he send like a pretend letter bomb, or someone sent one to him, or
I don't know the whole story. Yeah, something like, or I don't remember. There's like 3 or 4 different Bob Black takes revenge stories. So
yeah.
and his feud with
he wasn't above threatening lawsuits either, right?
No, or calling the cops is one of the his the reasons a lot of anarchists don't like him. Yeah, he is definitely the type of person that fights fire with fire and doesn't make any attempt to rise above what the enemy is willing to do.
Right. Well, the thing about what I thought about Bob Black, and not just Bob Black, but the people at Process World, when I read about and the conflict, the feud, was that it seemed to me that there was something about in the 90s and maybe earlier, the anarchist milieu, which bred a certain kind of cantankerousness to, which is to say it politely, like, there was not a lot of cooperation between the anarchists. They tended to think of one another as the enemies often enough,
Sure. I mean, that's still, anarchists aren't even necessarily nice to each other today, whether you're talking about here or Greece or anywhere else.
Right. I don't know if Marxists are much better, but at least, with Marxists, what tends to happen is that there's a split in something, and then the two sides of that split will be, critical of each other for years and years and years after that. But you don't hear as much about like people punching each other out, or sending fireworks in the mail, or who knows what all else in the Marxist milieu. Or maybe I just tune it out. I'm not sure. But what do you think? Is the anarchist scene especially rough? And
anarchists tend to be very action oriented, one could say. So I think that comes out in all things anarchists do.
Yeah, which is why I never really fit in with, I read the magazine, but I wasn't, out there wanting to, like, I wasn't part of the Infernal Noise Brigade or anything like that. That was well beyond what I was gonna put myself into. So okay, you're 37, which means that in 2000, how many years ago was that? 22 years ago, you would have been 15. 15 or 16, and when the attacks of September 11th happened, right?
Right.
And so when did you start to get politically active? Was that around the time? Would you have been involved in the left that far back, or how far back?
Well, really even before that a little bit. By the time I was 15, I already moved out and was trying to live on my own and do things like that. So I got politically involved really early, just being part of the underground punk scene. And anarchists were the people, not only whose music I was listening to, but handing out zines and flyers and stuff like that at the concerts. And that's how I initially got involved. Also through just going to bookstores and things like that.
So what was the first? Were you part of the anti-WTO movement then?
No, I barely missed it. Barely, by like a year. So, well, maybe 2 years. But Yeah, that was basically like the big thing that had just happened that was inspirational to me.
Right. But when you got started, then was indie media a part of your scene?
A big part, yeah.
Yeah. And
so, I mean, and a lot, the conversation, I don't know if it was really a lot better back then either. Depending on where you were having it. I mean, there's advocates for anarchism who are saying like free and open source software is a good example of why anarchist organizing principles are good, or everything we just talked about. And punk was still really important to anarchism at that time. I think half the anarchists I knew came directly out of the punk culture. So, and the other were like college students.
Are today's younger anarchists also punks, or is that no?
Not a lot of them. Nope. Yeah, I feel like an old fart.
So, is there a connection between anarchism and some sort of counterculture today, or is it just is it its own counterculture now?
I have to wonder if there is really counterculture today at all. Is one of my big questions I'm trying to figure out.
So like these are anarchists coming out of like Reddit or something?
Nowadays, I mean, yeah, Reddit, Occupy inspired a lot of people that would have not been from a counterculture movement. Black Lives Matter, Antifa would probably be a pretty big influence.
Right. Okay. But so like Occupy was like what 11 years ago now. So these are the old geezers that you're talking about in the movement.
It's crazy. I'm at a really weird place because a lot of the people who were my like mentors only 11 years ago now, I guess, are now to the point to where they're not going to be on YouTube or something like that. So now I suddenly have the responsibility and see how that goes.
How old are these people? They're probably my age. That refuse.
Yeah, 50s, 40s.
Yeah, this speaks to my permanent state of immaturity, but this is what I do with my time. But but they have families now and or maybe kids or something like that, and take them away from politics.
Families, kids, careers. Found some way to apply their politics and just forgot about everyone else. Doing a land project or whatever.
Yeah. And are most of your mentors like, were they writers too? Were you guys all kind of starting from that perspective? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that most anarchists I knew were writers. It was almost like he had to be.
Right. And did you write just essays and on anarchism, or were you writing short stories or poetry or things like that as well?
I did poetry. I did short stories. I used to be in a band. Did essays. I self-published a book and then unpublished it.
Oh yeah? What was that?
It was like an autobiography, and then I found it embarrassing and got rid of it. But,
okay. So like what, through Create Space or something like that, or Amazon?
Lulu, yeah.
Lulu. Yeah. Well, so tell me about your fiction, because that's another thing you and I have in common, right? I mean, I also, in my youth and even recently, I'm going to say I still am a fiction writer. I wrote short stories and novels and got them published. And last one was about 4 years ago now. It's right behind me, but I should write another one so I can put another book back there. But what kind of fiction did you write?
I never was able to really complete anything. But my attempt was always to try to do something cyberpunk world. Maybe that's not even the right genre to talk about it, because something post-technological
Oh.
catastrophe. But
So sort of
I more did
cyberpunk, but
poetry.
cyberpunk was very technological, right? But this
Right,
would
right,
be
right.
like after.
It was more like, you've seen Black Mirror, right?
Yeah.
So more that kind of vibe, like a techno dystopian
Okay. Yeah.
thing, but not quite like jacking into hyperspace and keyboard cowboy or whatever.
Yeah. Cyberpunk was, I think, dystopian as in its original form. I think cyberpunk was a kind of dystopian, but optimistically dystopian kind of genre. When I was at Zero, I nearly published Are You Serious's memoir about Mondo 2000. Do you ever hear?
That's yeah. I have some collection of Mondo 2000 stuff.
Right, which is a 90s cyberpunk culture magazine.
Right.
Which came out of what he said came out of the New Left, had an anarchist sensibility and a psychedelic sensibility. And, you know, they were taking the counterculture and the psychedelic movement to computing and looking to, you know, stealing the word cyberpunk from William Gibson to create a new political movement was the idea of Mondo.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was a minute where I thought that was really like the next way to envision radical politics was sort of in a cyberpunk framework. And now I see what's happened to the whole genre with the video games and commercialization of it. So it's basically just soldiers with mohawks. But
right. And also now all the dreams of the cyberpunk future have sort of arrived. Like we can all have virtual sex if we want to plop down $600 for a Meta Oculus thing or whatever, and some sort of strap-on device. And that was that was like the future depicted as utopian in Mondo 2000 magazine. But now,
well, there was a brief moment after Snowden leaks came out and hacktivism was a thing, and before, I think maybe Facebook was around, but it wasn't so dominant, where it did seem like hackers, you know, with Anonymous and everything else, were going to be able to have an active role in some sort of revolutionary struggle. And now it seems like hacktivism has gone away a bit, and now everything is like based on, you know, encrypting somebody's data and extorting some sort of payment from them to get it decrypted, stuff like that, and more you know, basically the mafia.
Yeah, I think that Anonymous kind of permanently, I have not heard anything from Anonymous since 2016. Maybe, and I think that was because somehow there was, because of the way Anonymous is structured, there was no way to tell what was really what was coming from Anonymous, right? Anyone could claim to be a member. That was the whole idea. It was a diffuse network of influence rather than a formal organization. And around Trump, Anonymous split. There was like anonymous messages that were maybe like precursors to QAnon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there was always, you know, different factions. There was like LOLSEC, LOL, ZSEC, and then I don't know, a couple other ones, but some took less political positions and they were more in it just really to be hooligans, and others were more in the hacktivist, let's make a point kind of camp. And then obviously QAnon, which, you know, besides being anonymous, they're not hacking anything.
No, and QAnon is, my understanding, I don't know, I watched a documentary, maybe this is not true, but from the documentary film I saw, which is clearly definitive, it's one of the moderators at 8chan created QAnon.
Oh yeah. Right. That Someone in the chat just said, remember the Zeitgeist movie?
Yeah.
And the Zeitgeist, and actually, that was like one of the first political feuds I had was with that movement. And
Right.
they irritated me quite a bit.
Yeah, I kept being pushed for a while, not long ago, to interview the guy who started the Zeitgeist, who made
Jacques
the Zeitgeist.
Fresno or whatever his name was.
Yeah, and I never did have him on. Not that I pretty much will almost interview anyone on the left. But what was, I don't remember. It's like, was Zeitgeist kind of a 9/11 conspiracy movie?
So
or
their first film, they had at least two, but the first one was like three parts. One part was Christianity is bullshit, here's why. These myths have floated around the Middle East forever, and they're also in all these other cultures, and yada yada yada. The next part I think was on the money system, and then 9/11 Truth I think was maybe the third part. It was that early mix that like was also present at Occupy, where you had like the monetary people who would later become like Bitcoin enthusiasts, but basically they're against the Fed and they're really upset about currency issues. And then you have, the whole spirituality can easily go into some sort of like fascist thing, that the occult kind of stuff. And then 9/11 truthers. And that was a big part of Occupy, was dealing with all those kind of people.
Someone says that it was Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan. So we looking back, looking through our memory book here, it's been pretty shitty for a while. I was asking you before about indie media and the first time you got politically involved, and it was like in 2000, I guess, or early 2001, before the attacks of September 11th.
Yes.
And then how did the anti-war movement change your politics?
Well, it reinforced them because I got to see what the NGO, the liberal NGO machine looks like when it takes over a movement. And you could have millions of people in the street having, peace police, making sure they all stay in line, and have almost no impact, which, pushed me in a more radical direction. And then, or gave me a real understanding of like what happens on the streets, and when you're trying to meet up with these different groups and work out like a protest strategy, and how who listens to who, and just all the messy politics of it, which I feel like it gets left out of the conversation a lot, how hard it is to even organize a protest and have it come out a certain way. But that movement, the anti-war movement, lasted like 10 years at least.
Yeah, from 2002 until what do you think? 2012? Do you think the anti-war movement went that long?
I don't know what year it was, but I know by the end of it, I went to a protest and it was like 30 people.
Oh, well, if you want to, look, I remember, in 2002, I got involved with something called the Portland Peaceful Response Coalition. And that was after the attacks of September 11th, before even the full-scale invasion of Afghanistan, right? I mean, it was, we knew that there was going to be a major response from the U.S. state, and we were going to be opposed to invasions of other countries or military response to the attacks of September 11th. I just sort of instinctually thought that a military response to the attacks of September 11th would be a mistake. And so I went to something called a Friday rally in 2002 before the invasion of Afghanistan. It was protest to coming invasion of Afghanistan. There were about 15 to 20 people there. Very small group. And then as things went along, the group grew and grew, and then the anti-war movement it kicked in full steam as the invasion of Iraq became obvious. It's something we were going to do, and then over time the PPRC continued, and the protests dwindled and dwindled and dwindled after the invasion. But it was at least like 10 years later, or no, I think it was like 15 years later was the last time I checked in, maybe 16 years later, that I found out that the Friday rally, which took place every Friday at Pioneer Square, was still going on.
Wow.
People were that tactic, that scheduled event, which was originally to oppose the invasion of Afghanistan, was still going on like 15, 16 years later. And it was about something every week, who knows what it would be about each week, but the same group of basically boomer activists would get together and march around Pioneer Square for year after year. I wonder how many people did it the whole time and how much churn there was in the group, but it continued. And I thought there was something tremendously sad about the staying power of that one protest event.
Well, it's definitely an easy position to feel like you're in the right about for a long time. Obama's election really, as far as grassroots activism goes, once Obama got elected, that really, killed a lot of the momentum of that movement. So,
yeah, that's true.
It took the financial crash for, not just immediately, but 4 years after, until there was any more momentum in the streets for Occupy. And in between that time, you had universities getting occupied and things like that, but you didn't have like a mass movement.
Right. Yeah, it just is. It's an interesting history, and you've been really involved with it for as a major part of your life. I think for almost as long as I have, because I didn't really become like in '91. I was part of the nonprofit sector left. Like I worked for Osberg, and I went door to door for the environment, and I smoked pot and hung around and lived in a studio apartment and ate peanut butter out of the jar. And then but in 2001 I became interested in being more of an activist than I had been up to that point. I was a writer. I was going to change the world through writing. I was going to write short stories that would change people's minds, and I would write books, and that was my politics. And then I was like, no, I got to get out there and protest and organize and do some things. And that didn't last that long, really, but it was after I did that I became more fully engaged with the left. And I think you date back to that same era, the same moment.
Pretty much. Yeah. The difference is I didn't really develop intellectually outside of that for a long time, because that was really my coming into politics at all, was as an anarchist. So it's I did a very unconventional route to learning about politics. But
well, we're about 3 minutes away from the 5th hour of this live stream. There was another one before it that was 6 hours long. And I asked my kid, Noah, also known as Orgel, to jump in for the last hour, and sent him a link to do so. But he is not showing up yet. So I'm going to give him, we hang out for like a minute or two longer. And if he doesn't show up, then I'm going to say goodnight to everybody an hour early, unless I get protests in the chat, and in which case I will I don't know. Maybe I'll juggle or I'll solve the Rubik's Cube for an hour. We'll see. But my last guest was going to be my own kid, and we were going to talk about philosophy, and it's called Zoomer. We do a podcast together every once in a while called Zoomer Philosophy. It's been months and months since we've done it last, but I was thinking about reintroducing it to the channel through this live stream. But kids today, someone says, kids these days, not here. So I'm just going to give them another couple minutes. Maybe, Nico says if I don't do the final hour, we're going to, they're going to riot.
Rioting, that's a, yeah. Rioting.
Yeah, go ahead. You're all in different parts of the world, and riot in your. Someone says put Orgel on. That's my son's nickname. Someone else says lecture solo, Chairman Doug. I'm burnt. Open line, hit up Catron. I don't think he's available right now. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him someday. He's probably as pessimistic as I am.
Catron? Yeah. You should. Everyone wants to talk to Chris Catron. He's a very charismatic man. And I find him endlessly enjoyable to talk to and also endlessly frustrating to talk to. But no, today's conversation on the stream was a good one. And he made me rethink his essay on Ukraine. Someone says, don't make me come to Portland. Look, all right, it's been 5 hours. It's 8:04. My own kid has failed to show up for the live stream. So what was going to be a 12-hour stream is now turned into a 6 and a 5-hour stream. I will run this for you guys again. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Happy Halloween, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go see if I can get maybe a Halloween treat for myself, like maybe a glass of wine or something. Mm-hmm. Cyber Dandy, you should come back again, and we'll have something a little more prepared next time. We'll have a text that we refer to. I think it'll be fun. Maybe you can be the part of something like Pop the Left from time to time. We could talk about anarchism and seminal anarchist texts. Again, thanks everybody for watching. And I'm going to end the broadcast right here.